Are women gonna start stuffing their tights in order to impress other men?
Coming up on bikini season, baby, and you might see a bulge or two.
Wait, what? Oh man, I don't want to see no bulge or two, man. Two?
Give your ID and stuff in there.
Two, man? I gotta see two bulges, man? Yeah, I didn't mind looking at one, man, but you said two, man? This is some bullshit, man. I don't want to see two bulges. I'll do one for bikini season, man. And maybe next season, we can do one more. I'm out on this 2 per season, man. Fuck that.
So normalize the bulge. We are normalizing the bulge. Women can have bulges, and that's okay. We're not gonna stare at their crotches while they're wearing their little shopping shorts at the mall. Oh, thank you. Love you. Bye.
Alright, whatever. Back to the street.
So I didn't have to worry about it. And guess what? I went to one house downstairs. They made a little like a station for us to wash our hands.
It's all about throwing yourself at people, basically. Their goal is to hire you in.
Yeah.
You will have to remove that when you're working. The hearing, is it new?
Yeah, I just got him.
Maybe something to cover it, and maybe even pulling the hairnet down over it. I don't know, but usually you're gonna make you take it out.
A store-bought sandwich?
Just because it's a food
Who
product,
cares, man?
they don't want anything to end up in the product.
Okay.
Even
The girls with the facial piercings and stuff like that, they make them remove them.
Is that me or him?
Morning, Doug. Or afternoon, I guess. Somebody made it in here. All right.
I see a lot of these vendors, they're open like in later hours when the restaurants are closed. They're operating in areas where there are no restaurants. They serve, the restaurants might serve things that the street vendors don't. Like, I don't see any stands of dim sum or hot water or anything. So how are they even eating, okay?
They get paid every week.
Yep.
And how you get paid will be up to you. Do you have like a Cash App or something like that you want
Hey,
to
go
use?
to your faggot ass street vendor,
Okay.
man. Why do you have to make us do it, man?
This
We
is
don't
good.
give a fuck about no street vendors. Nice
We do
faggot.
have pay cards if you don't. But
I don't get it, man.
we'll set
These
that up.
these
Do you have that
people
info
go
with
home,
you
man.
too? We'll get that from you before we leave.
And just for the record, man, fuck the street vendor, man. Fuck y'all, man. Get a fucking permit.
That's a horrible picture. I mean, not a horrible picture, just the horrible. Print. It's supposed to be color. I think I'm running out of colored ink. Do you remember the login you created when you set it up? You don't? It's okay. We can reset it.
All right.
Not a big deal.
I think it was my email.
I
Maybe
mean,
it was foreign.
I can look up the username, but I can't see the password if you don't remember the password. Okay, well then you'll be fine. Yeah, I can look up the username. That's one thing we can edit.
I'll be right back.
We are not hampered by 501c3 restrictions, so we do what needs to be done.
Now, I do have to tell you, I do have another interview today.
Okay. Okay. No, we'll be done. This will take an hour at the most. Where's that?
Huh?
I'm just curious.
It's we're gonna be a virtual interview. They're gonna call me.
Gotcha.
Selling ducks.
So that's in here. Were you able to complete it?
Yeah. So you're all done. Now call them and set up an interview.
Now, did you do it on Indeed or through our website? Okay. That stinks. Usually it would definitely come up through the last four of the social. But let me try the whole social. sometimes there's like one little glitch in it and stuff. And like I said, it's not that I don't believe it. It's just honestly, our system was supposed to be upgraded right before COVID started, and the company we were paying to do it went out of business during COVID. After we had already paid them large amounts. We're gonna try and do it again just to see, because I'm not seeing it here. Doesn't mean it's not there. It may even tell you when you try it.
A lot of people ask, why do I support the brown community?
Let's go slide over this computer over here.
I don't see black and brown any different. Just like I don't see black, brown, and Asian any different. Because we're all people of color. We've all been oppressed in this country.
Now the internet's got some back here that these are done. So just click, just give it a second.
The oppressors don't go through. Every single one of us, from our children, our family, everyone, right? Just trying to put that to an end. But the way we put that to an end is stand in solidarity. We can't just say this is a brown issue. We can't just say this is a black issue. We can't just say this is an Asian issue. We have to say this is a people of color issue. And we stand together and there's black, there's brown, there's Asian. There's standing in front in support of our street vendors. Because that's what we need. Our street vendors need more support. They need more support out there financially. They need support in terms of permits. You know, so we need to be out there on the front line, and this is what we're doing. We need to continue to support. Like, so I appreciate everybody that come out here. I appreciate all of the work that my boy Eden is putting in, you know, because it's a tyrant job. He needs that support. We need that support. All the street vendors, you know, I've been to a few of these buyouts, right? And you know, it's like, I've never met a street vendor that I have in my life. I'm 42 years old. I've been on street vendor since I was a kid, from the Locust Man, you know?
Okay, so already associated with that email address. So let's find you.
I've never seen
If it'll let you.
that wants to help and feed the community, be a bad person. So when I see people attack, I take this person. I don't care if they look like me. I don't care if they look like you. It doesn't matter. Their tax need to stop. And that comes from the top. Because if they're not respecting, these people in here not respecting street vendors. That's right. So this is why I'm here right now and continue to support my brown community, and we come together as one. Because we are people of color in this community, and we are on indigenous land.
Oh, you said no to one of the questions. That's why. No biggie. We'll reset it. That's fine. Let me pull you up in a different system here.
Flower, just swag. Strict swag.
We are blood in this country. We need to kick the colonizers out. The colonizers need to go, not us. And they don't understand that. They don't respect that. And this is why we need to stand together in solidarity, so that way they know that we make a mighty fist.
What does this guy shout out of his truck, man? Chitlins?
Those are colonizers and our oppressors, and to let them know that we are out here, we stand together. And once we stand united, it's not look at the numbers of our country with the black, brown, and Asian community. If they take all that away, this country will fall. No matter where you're at in society, no matter where you're at in America, if you take away the people of color here, this country will absolutely fall. So why we can't stand together and
I'm ready to do it.
we gotta put any issue that we had aside. Brother, your issue is my issue. All my brown brothers and sisters, your issue is my issue. It's not just a vendor issue. It's every issue that comes apart. And we have to make sure that we stand together united. So this is a stepping stone. We have representation of the black community. We have representation for the brown community. And we have representation of the Asian community. We need to make this stronger. Every time you come out here, even in your daily life, if you see somebody, right, who's a different color, just be nice.
Wait, what? Nah, hold on. Wait, what, man? Did he just say if you see someone a different color, then you just be nice? What kind of fucking bullshit
Well,
is
it's
that?
tough to hire.
Okay.
Yeah, they're so busy that they don't really use it. Their HR basically just compiles their hours and stuff like that. We do that, and then they want to make sure that you're worth bringing in. So they always use us. They've used us since back when they were called Quality Foods.
All right? So no racism,
So I rent a little space in their basement.
How about we end you
Yeah,
robbing
this is
people,
actually-
man? How about that? Can
You're
we
in
end
there, but
you blacks robbing
because
people?
usually I get a chance to reset the answers.
Let's end that first, man.
I'm-
And then we'll work
It
on
just
race.
says because of
You
your
stop
answer to
robbing,
one of the
we'll
questions.
stop being racist.
And people don't even realize it sometimes, even if it's about like transportation. I mean, your feet are transportation. So it's just honestly, that was one of the things we were planning on removing from the application just because of this issue. And of course,
That's right. That was badass right there. Hello.
search options. What do I have turned off?
I'm the vice president of Black Nation Souls United.
Nothing off.
I'm here to tell you a story. So once upon a time. So let's get into it. See, I grew up in South Central and then moved to Compton. In Compton, I became a single mother to a little boy. My little boy is half Mexican. His family, they make tacos around here. His cousin's family, the wife, they make tacos around here. They do fresh churros over here. There's one thing that I remember in my neighborhood. There's this sound.
End racism, but not liking whiteys is okay. Well, he does have a point.
What is your phone number?
They are
734-450-7126.
it's devil.
Well, should only take an hour once we get rolling. If we can't get this part, I'll just print it out, print it all out, and we'll just do it until we get this resolved.
Yeah.
But I grew up around some of my cousins are Mexicans.
Wait, what?
Puerto Rican, and they're in New York or Chicago.
No.
There's one thing that we have all in common.
So what if you guys are a bunch of mutts, man? We don't care. What does this have to do with fucking getting permits for fucking selling tamales? Give a fuck about no Puerto Ricans? That's not even another country. It's a fucking territory.
Here in LA, Chicago, New York, is the people we eat from. As they said in the pandemic, we were all eating from street vendors. As I mentioned becoming a single mother, there was a point where I was a single mother. I couldn't afford to go over to a grocery store and buy as much food. But I think
The reason she's the single mom is because she's black.
$5 and get some tacos right off the corner and have a good healthy meal at a time when I'm eating food. So I'm grateful to street vendors who got me food to feed my child who's going to love my whole time. My life is
It worked out too.
It's not like we keep talking about the fact that it's not really around here. We all grew up here. We're Filipinos. We're both here. We're both lucky tacos.
Yeah.
Ceviche. If you live in Linwood, all down the street is the House Boulevard, right? What you see, El Taco, right? Marisco Taco. It's all around industrial area. What big people who are manufacturing our feet and bringing everything out for us to be distributed? Taco trucks.
Okay,
And we don't mean the cute little lobster truck. Oh my god, I'm there. No, that's not what we're here for. Let them do it. They need to make the money. But they're trying to take over, okay? Just we gotta talk about it as well. But that's one thing we need to understand. We are here for the country. They lost their lives.
Yes.
The man over there also made the livelihood.
Yes.
Hey, Mike. I got a guy that he says he did the mobile application, and I can't find it anywhere. Now he did try to sign back in, or just tried to redo it, and it says yes because of an answer one of the questions you answered. So usually I can still pull him up as an incomplete application, but I can't find him anywhere.
Yes.
Okay, and I probably don't have access to it.
Google it? Wait,
And his name?
I thought you guys just jumped someone. And you said the shit.
Okay, I'll do as much as I can paper-wise today, and then we'll get the electronic part of it. All right, thank you, sir. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Sometimes, if you know how when I asked you to pick your nearest location, do you remember what you picked? Did you?
Yeah. That's right.
'Cause he was thinking that you might. A lot of times with the drop down though, you'll accidentally pick something else above or below it. Well, no, you did it, but it's recognizing you as being in there already.
Yeah. Plus,
And
yeah,
the
you're
reason
right.
I can't pull you up
I
is
don't
because
want
I can't
bitch
search
making a burrito for me,
some of our locations.
even at a fine
Or some of our, because we have accounts that are just like direct hire accounts and stuff like that, and they're not supposed to be available on the mobile application. But this is what happens with it. That's our head IT guy. I just spoke to. We'll just do the paper part for now. You have that other thing. Believe me, I want to make this happen for you, but I want you to be able to, at least see what the other folks have to offer and stuff like that too. So we'll do the paper part of it today. I'll get as much of the info I can. We'll just put it all in the folder, and then the electronic part. Literally, I can call you and say, "Hey, log in and do this." All right. So you want to do that?
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Have a seat at the gray table there.
Is this another mutt?
The rest of it's just like text.
Hell yeah.
Run back on that. Now, this is just asking for your permission to do these things. We don't have to do them for this position, but we have to have a permission from you in case they move you into a position that they want to run back. Okay. Run back on those pages. Same thing with the drug screen. We don't really have to do that for the position, but we do have to have permission in case you come in. Right. Or if you get hurt. You gotta have your
Who's this guy?
permission ahead of time. That way, if you say, no, I'm not gonna do it, we're like, yeah, well, that's a refusal, it's same as a positive.
Let's go, man. Let's go. You got it. You gonna cry? You gonna cry? Yeah, my boy. Come on.
All right. Let me text this to him.
Is he gonna cry?
There's a street vendor right here, guys. I just want to create something that is meaningful to me.
Why you crying, man?
And I don't know if anybody else is here as a vendor, but I'm here representing them. They're not here. They can't be here. I'm here.
That's right. First time I cried, I was here in Santana and I wanted to lie. Yeah, the first time music ever made me cry. First time music made me laugh. All night with the shade. First time that I placed myself away from all the things the race was wrong. I won't fall around. I'm way too deep to start sound. All through the people go around and the scream, but I'm inside the dream and they hounding me now.
That's gonna help my mullet, and I'm trying to do YouTube. Overall, I'm trying to do the content, but I know that is gonna multiply because I want to do it genuinely. I want to do this genuinely. So I believe genuine money will always make great opportunities.
Yeah.
Make great opportunities. So I want to build.
Go back to Mexico, man. The fuck?
So for me, this is
Stop crying, man. Go back to Mexico, man.
But for me, this is an opportunity.
Or fucking
All these people.
Honduras or whatever, man.
Not just these people are here. I have more support.
I don't even think he's Mexican, man, because the Mexicans don't cry, they just work, man. I think he's like from Honduras or some shit. Go back to Honduras, man. We only take non-crying Mexicans over here.
So I appreciate you.
There ain't no crying and working for money under the table and paying no taxes, man. There's no crying for that. All right? Just sell the fucking little burrito and get your ass on, man. Stop making a scene, man.
Guys, for me here, I'm sorry the vendor can't be here because I'm a vendor. You guys, I know your pockets are so why you guys couldn't be here? You guys could have asked us, could have done something. You know, like, what am I doing? You guys can't see me. So I'm pretty shocked.
And stop eating your inventory, man. I see you, man. Your curves, man.
I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you.
Yeah, what's your YouTube channel, man?
What?
What is it, man? Crazy Paco what?
Thank you guys.
Crazy Paco what? Ali Vato? Oh, he just doxed him.
Business owner, the street vendor coming out here supporting. You know, they don't make these meetings at 9 a.m. for the reason. They know that the economy has everyone working full-time jobs. The economy has everyone struggling right now. So every single one of you who came here will not forget. There's gonna be days like this. There's also days, you know, there's been days that people just show up and we have a whole crowd. So shout out to
What's he
you
even
guys.
saying?
And
He's crying about the demand holding him down. Apply that to vendor situation. You can apply that. You see, in Vietnam, it's not like it. And in Mexico too, a lot of you guys are from the Mexico about this. So in Mexico, you can just, if you have a product, you can just go sell it, man. You don't need to get the state involved, right? And then I know there's the liability portion of it. We can talk about that too, but for the most part, it's voluntary. No one's forcing you to do it. And you still pay the man. It's just not in the sense of permits. It's in another way, because you know there's still a guy, a general in the area that's willing to use force that runs that region geographically, regardless of where. And that general can be kind of metaphorical in some way. So in places like Mexico and Vietnam, like it's very straightforward. You know, the general gets paid, everybody does business voluntarily, and it's, you know, that's just how things are. It's not under the ruse of a system that's there to protect you. You know what I mean? It's very different.
they're gonna hear our voices. We're gonna be back next Tuesday, so letting you know next Tuesday.
I've also just intaked some marijuana, so didn't know if any of that made sense.
We're gonna be back and speaking our voice. The last time that we were here, well, a couple months ago, last year, they kicked out all the street vendors in East LA on Whittier Boulevard. They marked the whole curb red. So we came to the meeting. Guess what? A couple days later, they went and they painted the curb gray. So these meetings are important. They're imperative. So thank you all for showing up. Any last person that wants to say a word before we head out? All right. Well, thank you so much. Yeah. Oh. And we're gonna have another street vendor. Yeah, Tuesday, yeah. So next Tuesday.
Well, that's my point.
Okay.
That's my point, Polo. It's just, you know, it's very clear. It's not under the ruse of something else, you know. It is what it is.
Educate yourself. Educate yourself.
It's getting rowdy. Holy shit, it's getting rowdy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Kill her! Kill her! Kill her! Kill her! She has a different opinion. Kill her!
All right, run her out of here. Yo. Now this lady just had to come and ruin it.
How'd she ruin it? She made it better. We need to get her on panel. Yo, these street vendors have a militia.
Yo, come on.
Look, next time, just let her come up here. Just let her come up here. We could have educated her. Just keep her composure. We don't have to do all that screaming on her face. She's a female. We don't have to be aggressive like that. We could have let her come up here and educate her, okay?
Who's this guy? I've seen him at a couple places.
So at the end of the day, I mean, Noble got binding with her, so we have nothing to worry about. That's fine. But next time, let's do better. Let's have
Does anyone know who this guy is? He's a
He said,
content
"Why don't you
creator,
pay
right?
for permits? Why don't you do it the right way?" And no one wakes up with $50,000 to
I would like him to educate me. I'll take an education. Shit, I'm always willing to learn something.
open a brick and mortar. And street vending
Sure,
is an
protect
international way of
everyone.
living.
I would like him to justify to me why these nasty ass immigrants should be able to just open up shop and do things without, you know, setting up the proper channels in advance to make sure everyone's on the up and up. I mean, there's a reason we have rules in place.
Right.
I mean,
Right, animals.
I'm curious on what he has to say.
Street vending is an international way of living, and they do pay taxes. So, for example, when you contribute to a street vendor in your community, that money stays in your community. If you contribute that money, in
I'm
Amazon,
down to
Jeff
have a
Bezos,
chat.
CEOs, they're gonna throw
Impact
that
employment. I'm speaking. How can I help you?
And that happens. We'll never see that money again. The United States generates
It
more
is.
than any other country because they go for it. We have the largest wage gap between the rich and the poor compared to the rest of the world, and that is for a reason. That is for a reason.
Yeah, for the food production position.
So, right here we have a street vendor, Nico. Nico not only is a street vendor, but he also is the
Food production associate
Woo!
at Dectrum Foods. Basically, it's the end of taking the product, putting it in the packaging machines. You're making sure the product is running through the machines properly, making sure it's going in the containers properly, and then at the end of the line, we're putting it on pallets and shipping it off to the stores to be sold and eaten.
Unfortunately, I did it because I couldn't get a job. Because when I came back from the military, I couldn't find a job for myself. But my people,
Mainly first, but we do have a couple second shift positions as well. They're 10-hour shifts. They go from Monday to Thursday. First shift is from 5 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.
Man, when
Second
did
shift is
Molly
3:30 p.m. to
make
2 a.m.
taco pouches, man, attachments? When did Molly
Yeah,
release
5 a.m.
an
to 3:30. Yes.
M825 burrito pouch attachment, man? I would like to know.
To 2 a.m.
because I'm a citizen, but some of our people are not, right? So I think, and now I organize a legit, legal outdoor market. It's called the
Yeah,
Market.
4 days a week.
Yankees traces back to our root. This is literally all we have. And rather than fighting for something that doesn't belong to ours, I'm now fighting for something that's mine, that is ours, it's our community. That the Yankees have been around for more than 500 years. They belong to
Monday
us.
through Thursday.
I've been doing this for 3.5 years, and I've been telling everybody we need to
You get a 3-day weekend.
The Yankees is our cultural right. El Yankees es de nosotros. Yep.
We do every Friday.
This is a content creator, right? I think I've seen him on
The base is 14 for first, and second shift has $1 differential as well. Yeah, $1 more. When would be good for you?
All about the mole.
Well, I mean, we would have to set a time.
All about the
That's how we do it, by appointment. But if you want to do it today, I can do one as late as 3 o'clock today. And then tomorrow then we're working on tomorrow, which will start at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Has a voicemail box that has not been.
his business's
Free
voicemail
today?
box hasn't even been
Okay, what's
set
your
up yet.
name?
You see, this is the problem with businesses that
Okay.
think they're businesses.
Do you know where the
No
office is?
legitimate guacamole place would have a mailbox
It's
that's not set up yet
217 West Front Street.
and not pick up their phone on a midday on a
Yep.
Tuesday.
It is right
I
across
feel
from
like
the
I'm
post
getting
office,
ripped
pretty
off
much.
So thank you all for showing up. Anyone, any last words? Let's say a word.
Now this is just the hiring location. The actual working location's on Telegraph. It's not far from here.
I think we have.
Yeah, it's the same client. It's just this is just the mixed plant and more in my office.
Alex.
I'm not sure if everybody heard.
Where you would be working, yes.
Build another audit for like, I'm not sure how many millions, right? And that's unfortunate, right?
Well, you wouldn't go there until you get hired. It's 15610 South Telegraph. But yeah, you could meet me here at this place. Everything goes well. We can get you working as early as tomorrow, as long as you have
So there's
what you need.
millions and millions of dollars for war, but there seems to be a lack of
Yeah,
compassion.
yeah, just bring an ID and either a social or birth certificate.
Myself, sometimes I lose myself
All right.
and do certain things.
All right,
that
we'll
are
see you at 3.
really not in love, right? So we're out here
She ain't showing up. I can tell on the phone she ain't showing up. But that's okay.
So let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, sir.
You and me.
taken care of.
You have this job.
I remember in the early 2000s, a lot of people were there too. There was something called the South Central Farm. Around that time, it started getting
But that's
involved with
sales.
politics. And the South Central Farm was basically
Well, no, he said it's hourly.
farm
Oh,
where
okay.
builders would go and grow all kinds of fruit and vegetables.
So I mean, it's up to you. You want to continue with this, or you want to see how that goes? And then, well, let me see how that goes. Okay, because this is just the food safety part. That doesn't look like something, or if it looks kind of shady to you, just give me a call. Michael will have the whatever fixed with your application by then, and we'll be able to.
Johnny Bravo says
All
my
right.
voicemail would have been yo yo yo. I got the
I'll save everything on your phone.
and
All right. I just call you this.
in town, stop by and meet the money
Yeah,
man.
you get my
with
card?
Beep.
Yeah, the office number here,
All right, voicemail.
because I don't answer my cell phone to people I don't know. So. All right, where's this phone?
All right, thank you.
Yep. Sorry. Back in the day, my first job. Mine was $3.35, Doug. McDonald's. McDonald's for $3.35 an hour. That's what minimum wage was then. Maybe a little bit older than me. Not much though. Chicken Alfredo. About to heat this up now. We have a chance to be right back.
So I have a podcast called the Group Shack Radio. I'm a community radio personality where I like to help out people and whatever it is they want to achieve in life. And lately I've been going even further than just helping people in music. I've been going further in actual community-related issues. You know what I mean? Community-related issues as in supporting all the way of my street vendors. I've always supported them to the fullest, but recently it hit home where I live at the city of Bell, Cudahy, California, that there was we all know George, remember George right there in the city of Bell? The racists calling the cops on street vendors that are just making an honest living. They're not committing a crime, they're not doing any of that. They're just making an honest living, posting up in the city, making food.
Yo, what up there?
That's all they're doing.
World
My
Citizen,
wife,
welcome in.
fortunately, she wasn't able to make it, just like she supports what I do. I support my street vendors and her, of course, as well. She is a street vendor. She is out selling her merchandise that she does in the city of Bell, Cudahy area. And you best believe, I've always went 110% for my street vendors. Now I'm going 200% for my street
200?
vendors. Because nobody should let
He's going
their
2x?
loved one get bullied by
Hell
somebody
yeah.
else. So I'm going to make sure my wife and nobody else that does street vending to get bullied. So I'm
No
here.
bullying?
I have her as well. You know, you guys, thank you guys for coming.
Are they starting a
Appreciate
street vendor
you guys.
militia?
Thank you.
Hell yeah. Street vendor militia,
Again,
unite.
make some words for Evian.
I vote that should be the get together chance. What do you guys say?
All right, one last call. Anyone else?
Last call? All right. I want to hear the other lady speak, the one that came up screaming and yelling. Who's that? Pupusas. Did I say what the fuck? Why's it? I don't
By
get
a
it.
show of hands, who's coming here next Tuesday to speak inside that meeting? That's right. Who's coming next Tuesday? That's right.
Are they gonna go appeal to the White Devil?
Well, thank you so much for coming. Once again, like I said, CPC Colectivo threatened a lot of street vendors to come here, and that is a call for one more time. CPC!
Güero! Güero!
I didn't hear you guys the first time. CPC!
Güero! 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 All right, and now for a quick public service announcement.
Mr. Color, we are treating you.
Right? Oh yeah, you guys. I'm gonna end this one right here, you guys.
Okay, all right.
Came by and just, acted a fool. But
All right,
Wendy,
man. Thanks for showing us, I guess, man.
Is this what's happening here? Or is it something else?
That's it.
This guy's live too. What's up, man? There's another channel that's live there.
Man.
Just found his channel, y'all. Okay.
We out here.
All right, we're back. Got into a conversation up there.
Kind of sound like the sloth of ice.
Welcome, Chuck. We're leeching on Val, who's leeching on everybody else for now. I'm gonna find something else to watch while we eat.
Why? I mean.
All right. Let's see.
Yes, I sound like a sloth. Ice Age.
Let's see what we got. Everyone knows that's Val, so I'm not even dropping his link. Let's.
One, to go to the bar, or two,
See what we got.
Go to the bar, man.
Woo!
Watch Crowder from this morning.
Bar?
I missed it. I skipped it because I didn't want to miss any of it.
What's up?
3 hours ago. Only 24 minutes. Why was it so short? I'll play
Go
it.
to the bar, man.
One, go to.
Now, when it comes to the all-time greats, a few names probably come to mind. Jordan, Gretzky, the Babe, who was a guy. But maybe none are more revered or have been more immortalized than Muhammad Ali.
We note that early, halfway through this first round, Tony is conceding mostly, mostly toward that body. You know the old story, you kill the body and the head might follow. Right hand shot on the chin. Cannot move.
Now, the photo taken from this fight by John Rooney is arguably the most famous sports photograph of all time. Muhammad Ali is one of those sports figures who, well, not even just he transcends the world of sports. He left a legacy permanently etched into really American culture at large. But what if the legacy that you know, or that you think you know, is wrong? So go with me here for a second. Some of you are going to be upset by the first half of this presentation. And then some of you are going to be upset by the second half. So depending in which group you find yourself, I ask you to either fast forward or rewind to the portion that you find acceptable, as this is usually how we process complex historical figures in order to make them more palatable to our modern echo chamber sensibilities. Just do that.
Yeah, he didn't start doing that until near the end, though, on Hanmouth, when he was kind of washed up.
Before Ali was the Ali you know, he was known as Cassius Clay. Then in 1964, Cassius Clay ditched his slave name and joined the Nation of Islam. Now, please note, the Nation of Islam is important here. It's not the same as Islam and not representative of all Muslims. We'll come back to that later. So Ali converted, actually, after he was handed a newspaper cartoon outside of a skating rink in Louisville, Kentucky. The cartoon illustrated how white slave owners brutally beat their slaves while insisting that they pray to Jesus. The message, Christianity was the religion of the oppressive white establishment. I like that cartoon, Ali wrote. It did something to me, and it made sense. Now, after his conversion, Clay changed his name to Muhammad Ali under the advice of Elijah Muhammad, the leader of the Nation of Islam.
Why do you insist on being called Muhammad Ali now?
That's the name given to me by my leading teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's my original name. That's a black man name. Cassius Clay was my slave name. I'm no longer a slave.
What does it mean?
Muhammad means worthy of all praises, and Ali means most high.
Do you intend to fight under that name?
Yes, sir. I want to be called by that name. I write autographs with that name. I want to be known all over the world as that name, especially throughout Asia and Africa, because that's the names of our people over home.
Now, here's the thing about Elijah Muhammad. Don't let the name fool you, as he was, in fact, intensely racist. He believed that white people were actually created by Yaqub, a black scientist. Elijah even believed that Allah had allowed the devilish race to hold power for 6,000 years, but that the 20th century was the time for less satanic black people to assert themselves. Elijah, unsurprisingly, was a huge proponent of racial segregation.
Would you disagree that it is the ambition and the goal of most Negroes in this country to become Americans in every meaning of that word, to participate in our society, to be responsible, legitimate, honest citizens? Is that the goal of the overwhelming number of Negroes in this country?
It may be their goal, Mr. Cup, because that they don't even know, as I just said, that this is the time that they should be going for self. And lack of knowledge of the time, the lack of knowledge of self. The American so-called Negro, especially the leading class, do not actually know themselves.
Little known fact about Elijah, also a proponent of tiny hats. And during this period in his life, of course, Muhammad Ali also was an advocate of segregation.
People got scared. You got bad all of a sudden, right, overnight.
I was a good boy when I was hollering, I am the greatest. I cannot be beat. I am pretty. I'm the king. He. I was a good boy. But when I said I'm a Muslim, my religion is Islam, what's wrong with that? You have 600 million Muslims on earth, and Muslim only mean one who submits entirely to the will of God, Allah, and Islam only means peace, entire submission to God.
And during this time, Muhammad Ali's views on interracial marriage were not great, as he noted in a 1975 Playboy interview while requesting that John Wayne kindly hold his beer. A black man should be killed if he's messing with a white woman. And not just white men, black men too. We will kill you. And the brothers who don't kill you will get their behinds whipped and probably kill themselves if they let it happen and don't do nothing about it. Tell it to the president. He ain't gonna do nothing about it. Tell it to the FBI. We'll kill anybody who tries to mess around with our women. Ain't nobody gonna bother them. And when questioned by the interviewer about a Muslim woman wanting to date outside of the faith, Ali said, then she dies. Kill her too. At one point, Martin Luther King Jr. even called Ali a, quote, champion of segregation. Now, here's the interesting part. This is precisely the period in Ali's life for which he has received the most praise and veneration in the media, because it's these same beliefs that played a huge role in Ali's refusal to serve during the Vietnam War in 1967.
At the induction ceremony, Ali refused to step forward when his name was called. A Navy lieutenant explained the penalty should he be found guilty of refusing induction: a $10,000 fine and up to 5 years in prison. Given another chance to step forward, Ali refused again.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Muhammad Ali has just refused to be inducted into the United States Armed Forces.
And back then, protesting the war was like catnip for media, as opposed to today, we're advocating war over there in Russia and Ukraine. So here, Ali was actually sentenced to, and wrongfully sentenced to, 5 years in prison. He had a $10,000 fine and a 3-year ban from boxing. Then his case was appealed and eventually overturned by the United States Supreme Court in 1971. And it's at this time in his life that Ali was venerated into a civil rights, progressive, anti-war folk hero, a reputation which the media desperately wants to highlight and cling to this day. Now, here's something you may have forgotten. Muhammad Ali wasn't just an impressionable young racist in his personal life, though he was. He even profited a lot from using blatant racism against other black opponents. And no, I'm not talking about the kind of racism that sparks outrage today in the form of unprovable dog whistles. Ali's prejudice was more of a racist bullhorn blaring atop a bigotry percussion set supported by prejudicial woodwinds. And a particular target of Ali's rage and racist vitriol was one of his most notorious rivals, Joe Frazier. Now, Smokin' Joe Frazier is an interesting character. He actually had a really hard upbringing in poverty in the Deep South, whereas Ali came from a middle-class background. And Frazier actually gave Ali $1,000 when he was bankrupt during the Vietnam War protest to cover his expenses. The two men fought 3 times, with Ali beating Frazier twice. And if you watch on Mug Club, we'll get to some opinions on that. Ali also demonized Frazier routinely in blatantly racist terminology. Things like, 98% of my people are for me. They identify with my struggle. If I win, they win. If I lose, they lose. Anybody black who thinks Frazier can whoop me is an Uncle Tom. Ali also called Frazier himself an Uncle Tom and lobbied the black community to view Frazier as a race traitor. In 1974, this all came to a head with Ali and Frazier getting into an on-air scuffle on the Wide World of Sports with famous host Howard Cosell.
That's when he went to the hospital now.
So don't talk about no hospital. You know you're wrong in bringing up a hospital. I ain't gonna say about no hospital.
We don't remember.
I went to the hospital for 10 minutes. You went for a month. Now be quiet.
At that point, Ali said, "You're ignorant."
Son, what difference? Why you gonna bring up a hospital? I went to the hospital.
And Joe stood up, ripped off his microphone, and said, "What do you mean I'm ignorant?"
Sit
See you,
down,
Doug.
Joe. Why you think I'm ignorant? Sit down, Joe. Huh? Sit down quick. Why you think I'm ignorant? The brothers are here. You doing this too? No. Sit down quick, Joe.
Well, we're having a scene, as you can see, and it's hard to tell whether it's clowning or for real between the two fighters.
Before the October 1975 Thrilla in the Manila, which was the final meeting between the two boxers, Ali even compared Joe Frazier to a gorilla, bringing out props.
I'm going to give him a real whooping, and I wrote a poem. Some of you heard it, but this is a little conscience. I got a little gorilla here. This is his conscience. I keep it right in my pocket everywhere I go. Right there. And I wrote a short poem. It says there will be a killer and a thriller and a killer when I get the gorilla in Manila.
The fight would come to be remembered as one of the most brutal in boxing history.
I'm going to get up in the ring. One, I'm up in the ring here, and Muhammad Ali is pretty well spent, and I'm going to try to get over at him. We're trying to get in here to talk to Ali, who has retained his title, and I think he needs a little air because this has to have been one of the most bruising heavyweight championships of all time.
Interesting aside here, what a lot of people don't know about this fight is that Ali actually wanted to throw in the towel, while Frazier, who was basically blind at this point in one eye and blinded in the other eye by Ali's effective jab, he was protesting against it, telling his cornerman that he would never forgive him if he threw in the towel. At the same time, Ali was demanding that Dundee cut off his gloves. Here's how ESPN reporter Ben Blackmore described it. In one corner sat Frazier, almost blind in both eyes, pleading with trainer Eddie Futches to not throw in the towel. In the other was Angelo Dundee, reaching for his own piece of cotton to end Ali's misery in the face of what surely qualified as human torture. Futch was the man to get the referee's attention ahead of Dundee, retiring Frazier just a handful of seconds too early to unwittingly give victory to Ali, who, as a wrecked shell of a human being, could barely acknowledge his triumph. Even after their athletic rivalry ended, rather than forgive and forget, Joe Frazier was so upset by Ali's race baiting and turning the black community against him that he carried that animosity with him to his grave. Speaking in the 1990s at an event in Philadelphia, Frazier said of Ali, who by this time was already suffering tragically from Parkinson's disease, "We locked up 3 times, he won 2, and I won 1. But look at him now, I think I won all 3." Even when Ali was tapped to light the Olympic flame at the 1996 games in Atlanta, Frazier said to a columnist in the Philadelphia Inquirer, "If I would have been on the platform with him, I would have thrown him into the flame. Frazier also remarked in his 1996 autobiography, truth is, I'd like to rumble with that sucker again, beat him up piece by piece, and mail him back to Jesus. Now, people ask me if I feel bad for him now that things aren't going so well for him. Nope, I don't. Fact is, I don't give a damn. They want me to love him, but I'll open up the graveyard and bury his ass when the Lord chooses to take him. So it could be argued that Frazier was less forgive and forget than he was remember forever and ruminate over violent, felonious revenge fantasies. Here's the thing. Frazier was not an outlier. It was kind of Ali's calling card. Ali played up racial divides versus a lot of opponents, George Foreman being one of them during the famous Rumble in the Jungle in Zaire in October 1974. Before the fight, Ali said regarding Foreman, who waved the U.S. flag at the 1968 Mexico City Olympics, which is a whole story in its own right, I'm going to beat your Christian ass, you white flag waving bitch. Also, that famous chant in Zaire, Ali Boumaye, that translates to Ali kill him. Here's the thing, people make mistakes. People change. Ali was no exception. After his return to the United States, a reporter asked Muhammad Ali, champ, what did you think of Africa? To which Muhammad Ali responded, thank God my granddaddy got on the boat. So Ali's redemption began in early 1975. And by redemption, I mean the part of this story and majority of his life, which those in legacy media desperately attempt to memory hole and want you to ignore. It's around this time he left the Nation of Islam, denounced the teachings of his former peers in favor of the more mainstream and peaceful Sunni Islam. Ali wrote in a 2004 biography, the Nation of Islam taught that white people were devils. I don't believe that now. In fact, I never really believed that. But when I was young, I had seen and heard so many horrible stories about the white man that this made me stop and listen. Ali's daughter, in fact, told PBS that her father softened his heart later in his life and expressed his views about what they viewed as the one true religion, the religion of the heart.
One of my father's favorite sayings was, rivers, lakes, and streams all have different names, but they all contain water. So do religions have different names, but they all contain truth? He always taught me that there's only one true religion, and that's the religion of the heart, he would say. And as long as you do right and you treat people right, I believe you'll go to heaven no matter what you call your religion.
Here's a kicker that most of you don't know at all. Ali also became more conservative throughout his life, even going so far as to endorse Ronald Reagan. Now, Ali had originally endorsed Jesse Jackson, which is kind of a flip. So when asked why he announced his support for Reagan, Ali told reporters he's keeping God in schools, and that's enough. For context, this endorsement is after Ronald Reagan rebuked Ali's desire to reinstate his boxing license when he was still the governor of California back in 1970, saying, forget it, that draft dodger will never fight in my state. Now, before you say, oh, it's just the lesser of two evils, and their friendship isn't already painfully clear, here's Reagan and Ali together at the White House during his 1983 re-election campaign. If the idea of Ali endorsing the arguably whitest of the most modern presidents surprises you, how about Ali actively campaigning for possibly the whitest human being who ever lived? Because that's exactly what Ali did for Orrin Hatch, a very white Mormon Republican from Utah, and they maintained actually a lifelong friendship. Ali, speaking on Hatch, said, man, he's one of the most effective leaders in the U.S. Senate. Anytime he wants me to be there, I'll be there. I think he's the greatest with a capital G. I know some of you may say that these two political actions from Ali were outliers. And maybe they were yet another phase based on individuals he liked rather than being reflective of his changed values. But Ali was remarkably consistent for the rest of his life, even up until 2015, when the terror attacks that killed 130 people in Paris. Ali released a statement condemning Islamic radicalism, which in and of itself may not be reflective of what we're discussing here, but stay with me. He said, I'm a Muslim, and there is nothing Islamic about killing innocent people in Paris, San Bernardino, or anywhere else in the world. True Muslims know that the ruthless violence of so-called Islamic jihadists goes against the very tenets of our religion. Now, again, that would seem like something that most could be on board with. Here's the kicker. The media headlines tried to frame that quote as a jab aimed directly at then candidate Donald Trump and his Islamophobia, despite the fact that Ali never mentioned his name. This is from The Guardian. Muhammad Ali defends Muslims in response to Donald Trump's ban plan. From Vox. One of Muhammad Ali's final public statements refuted Donald Trump's Islamophobia. From the beacon of truth that is the Associated Press, Ali responds to Trump's call to ban Muslims from entering the United States. Donald Trump, however, never believed that it was directed toward him, saying, "No, that wasn't about me." Now, this is where the context matters. The easiest thing for Ali to do when being given a layup from the progressive media warping and speculating, right? The easiest thing would have been to say nothing. Instead, the Ali family also made it clear through one of their official spokesmen, Bob Gunnell, they went out of their way to clarify that the statement was in fact not directed at Mr. Trump, but exclusively at extremists and jihadists. Again, many of you probably don't know this, but this wouldn't come as a surprise to anyone who knows that President Trump and Muhammad Ali, they had a long-standing friendship, including Trump receiving not one, but 2 awards from Muhammad Ali during his lifetime for charitable donations. Donald Trump also threw a birthday party for Muhammad Ali in 1988 with invites being sent out to over 500 guests. In 1991, Trump left a divorce negotiation with Ivana to speak at an awards dinner for Ali in New Jersey and then went back. Ali also, by the way, attended Donald Trump's wedding to Melania back in 2005. And far from the young Nation of Islam disciple who advocated the execution of race mixers, traitors, Muhammad Ali became a dedicated and consistent humanitarian and actual peace advocate, helping people worldwide to advance freedom, justice, and equality. Ali was the largest single black contributor ever to the United Negro College Fund. I can say the word because it's in the name. It's a racist acronym. Ali actually donated 50 cents of every ticket for his closed-circuit television title match against Chuck Wepner to help the drought-stricken Sahel region of West Africa. Interesting aside here, that fight was being watched by Sylvester Stallone and became the inspiration for none other than Rocky. And putting the politics of his younger days aside, Ali even helped stop a Vietnam veteran from attempting suicide.
The hooded man shouted, "I'm no good. I'm going to jump. The Viet Cong are coming at me." Police, a psychologist, and a minister had all but given up trying to change the despondent man's mind when Muhammad Ali, who happened to be nearby, volunteered to talk to him. The former heavyweight champion went to a window and reportedly yelled, "I'm your brother. I want to help you." Recognizing Ali, the man finally opened the fire escape door and Ali approached him on the ledge. It was a very tense 20 minutes. Several times it looked as though Ali was going to fail. Then, suddenly, it was all over. The man, Ali said later, began to weep. He was taken to the psychiatric ward of a veterans hospital. The former champ promised to visit him there later this week.
So, like I said, certain portions of this video will rub a lot of you the wrong way. I know that. And other portions will irritate an entire separate segment. But when it comes to Ali and his life's transformation, it's the truth. A truth that I find heartening and more Americans would benefit from knowing. But the equally disturbing truth is that many of you, I'm willing to guess most of you, probably are hearing a lot of this for the first time. Because the truth, as inconvenient as it may be, has been obfuscated by our media and the entertainment industry's lies. And that begs an important question.
Yeah, that's
Why
a good question.
does the mainstream
Could
media
have said it
actively
somehow.
ignore Ali's transformation from the hateful and bigoted young man that the Nation of Islam
Probably didn't
turned
even-
him into,
couldn't,
as
publish
opposed to
what
the
settlement was.
compassionate, conservative-leaning humanitarian he came to be? And if he's one of the most iconic civil rights sports heroes to the black community in American history, how does it benefit the black community? How does it benefit America at large to ignore his redemption? Could it be because that very redemption coincides with a very inconvenient why? Could it be that the reason and inspiration for Ali's renouncement of his former racism runs counter to the narrative that our entertainment and media industrial complex desperately want you to believe is the reason that racism still exist today in the first place. Whether it's Ebenezer Scrooge, the Apostle Paul, or hell, even Robert Byrd, in a transformation story, in a redemption arc, the why is as important as the figure themselves. So why did Muhammad Ali change so dramatically? And why do most people not know about it? Leave a comment, talk about it below. I'm genuinely curious to hear your opinions and if some of this is new information. Now, granted, there is plenty for which to critique the man, Muhammad Ali. And there's plenty that he did right. It's complicated, like many historical figures. But it is impossible to doubt Muhammad Ali, formerly Cassius Clay's, lasting impact on America at large, or his greatness.
I have wrestled with an alligator. I done tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning, throw thunder in jail. That's bad. Only last week, I murdered a rock, injured a stone, hospitalized a brick. I'm so mean, I make medicine sick. Bad dude. Bad. Fast. Last night, I cut the light off my bedroom, hit the switch, was in the bed before the room was dark. Incredible. Fast. Incredible. And you, George Foreman, all of you chumps are gonna bow when I whoop him. All of you. I know you got him. I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
Interesting. What's up, Dirty? I don't know if Chuck's still here or not. This is good. You guys know the story about Daniel Perry, right?
Our opening song just threatened a bunch of feds. Is that what just happened?
I know reason to worry or fear. These tar and feathers aren't for you this time of year. These tar and feathers ain't for you this time of year.
It's pretty relaxing.
Did our opening song just threaten a bunch of feds? Is that what just happened? He has a plan, she has a plan, and you get to pay for it.
I get taken down,
regardless.
guys. I'm on Rumble too.
The best way to get someone motivated
He didn't
is to
stay on
stand
YouTube
for
at all with
something
this.
strongly, deeply, passionately.
Subscribe to Disenthrall. Do as you're told.
Greetings, vehiculars. Welcome back to Disenthrall. I will be Patrick Smith. Today with me co-hosting is none other than the Christian. Welcome back. How are you?
Howdy. I'm doing great.
All right. So, how's everybody doing today? I hope you're well. This is going to be a spicy one. We're going to piss off a bunch of people that haven't thought deeply enough about certain situations, and that's fine. That's what we're here for, apparently. We're going to do it in a calm, collected manner, as much as I possibly can. I do have some frustrations that build up around some of these situations that will probably eke out, but let's see. How should we open it, Christian? I think I want to open it by saying a couple things, and then I'll give it to you, and you can, make your stipulations. I have no dog in this fight. I participated in the Texas Libertarian Party for a while when I ran for not governor of Texas. The guy that died looks familiar to me, but I will not say that I knew him. I probably met him on more than one occasion as I was campaigning and going to various events. I could be wrong, though. He does look very familiar to me. I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't particularly appreciate people that work that are as Christian would call war slaves for the United States government. This will not be a bootlicking session, as we've been accused of doing. And again, I'm not also biased because I didn't know this guy. We did a video back when this happened, shortly after it happened. can't remember who co-hosted it with me. It may have just been me by myself as a talking head. I don't remember specifically. I remember the evaluation that I gave the situation back then. I still agree with myself, though I probably have a much more refined justification today. So you'll be getting some new content, even if you saw that old video back then. For me, it's a tragedy when people die. So nothing that we say here is to diminish any of that. This should not have happened. This should not have happened. Okay, so that's my intro. Christian, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I think pretty much a lot of the same things as you, so I won't take up too much time. I mean, the biggest things for me, you know, why we're here is we're doing that thing that we love to do on the channel, and it's that we see some extremely bad arguments or non-arguments, and we want to do what we feel is right. You know, I feel comfortable in speaking for the both of us in doing what we believe is setting the record straight, giving good, well-founded arguments for what we believe are valid positions that you can use to help live the best, most ethical life you possibly can live. And, you know, a lot of this is very politicized. A lot of this is brought into so many different contexts and with varying different messages and rhetoric behind why X person has Y position or whatever. But the big thing that we want to get through is what are the ethics of all the variables involved with this situation? What are some of the non-ethical considerations that a lot of people are thinking have a moral weight in determining who was right, who was wrong here, and helping to bring at least a little bit of clarity to what is an otherwise extremely messy situation.
Mark over on Odyssey pointed out that we should have begun by summarizing the situation. So that's a good point. Let's do that.
This is our preamble.
Yeah, sure. Preface. All right. So before we do that, I'm going to turn off YouTube. If you're watching this on YouTube, there's a link in the description, I believe, over to Odyssey. If not, I'm going to put one in the YouTube chat right now. There you go. Watch this over on Odyssey. We're also going to live stream it to Rumble. We are live streaming to Rumble now. You can find a link to all those platforms on disenthrall.me/platforms. The reason why I'm turning off several sites is because I don't care about YouTube's opinion about what we're about to talk about, and I don't want to be subjected to them. And anybody that's viewing this channel probably wouldn't appreciate me voluntarily subjecting myself to YouTube's opinion on what I'm about to say. So for this show, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go where I can speak more freely, which is going to be on Odyssey. We're going to be on DTube. We're going to be on Rumble. I'm turning off Twitch and I'm turning off YouTube. Also, we're no longer streaming to Facebook. That platform has become a complete embarrassment. We're just totally done with Facebook. So if you follow us on Facebook, just stop. You're embarrassing yourself. So I apologize to the guys. I apologize to the people I'm inconveniencing that are watching on YouTube. My bad. I put a link in the chat right now. You can watch the same stream over on Odyssey, where we will be going right now. So goodbye, YouTube. Goodbye, Twitch.
Drop some fires in the chat for all the people who are already on Odyssey. You early birds, you. I see Frodo. I see Strategic Tactic. I see inDOCtriNATION. Mark.
It does suck. Inviting Freedom was one of the last comments that got through on YouTube. It does suck. YouTube has the largest audience. That's why we begin streaming there, just to let people know that we're doing a stream. But after that, I mean, that platform is not for us. That platform is not for adults. That platform is for children. If you want to have childlike conversations that are monitored by the nanny, stay on YouTube. I don't know what else. I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. So, okay. Now that we're able to speak freely, here we are. Welcome everyone that switched to Odyssey. You're badass. Okay. Let's summarize this. Christian, you want to summarize the situation for us?
Yeah, so we'll just start with just some baseline facts, kind of indisputable things of what we know happened without any sort of contest from both sides. Some of you may have been keeping more or less tabs over the trial, and there's some nuanced stuff that we can go in there as time goes on. But just to get a full timeline of everything that happened at the event, and then we can kind of go on from there, is that we had this gentleman, Daniel Perry was his name. He is his name. He was, I believe he still is. Actually, I don't know this off the top of my head. Maybe I should, but he was at the time an active duty sergeant in the U.S. Army who was working for Uber, ride sharing, to supplement his income. He lived in Killeen and was a frequent driver in Austin.
That means he was at Fort
it's
Hood.
pretty close to the area. If you've ever been that way, it's not an unreasonable drive to make. He was doing some work. So at the time of the event, he was in a turn lane on a particular street while a Black Lives Matter protest was underway.
His actions, I don't believe, got him convicted. His social media posts got him convicted.
Two individuals of importance were there for this situation. One of them was Garrett Foster, who was the individual who will inevitably in this story be the one who was shot, along with his girlfriend or wife, who I'm not sure of her name off the top of my head. I don't have that in my notes. These two were a part of the crowd that was making their way across the street at the time when Perry decided to take his right turn. At this point, there were a couple of individuals who were in the proximity of the vehicle. The vehicle came to a stop after arriving at the street towards the end of the turn, at which point...
Did it come to a stop? I didn't... When I looked at the video, it didn't look like it came to a complete stop, but... we can look at it.
Yeah, we have some of the evidence here from some of the forensics. It was either, whether or not it was a complete stop, it was an extremely slow crawl at the very most by the time that the vehicle came to the end. And yeah, some of the footage is up here on the screen right now. At this point, Perry was inside of the vehicle with the protesters around them. One of the protesters kicked the vehicle. The vehicle was approached by Foster, who exclaimed to get back, at which point he was approaching with his rifle in his hand. Perry took his shots, drove away from the scene. As he was driving away, another individual named, I want to get this right, I believe it's Nico Daisy right here, fired 3 shots at Perry's vehicle as he was driving away in order to positively identify the vehicle with bullet holes. And
yeah, right.
From
That's
there,
what he was doing.
Perry called the police.
This is from last night, Anna.
The investigation moved on from there. That's the whole story of the altercation.
So I'm risking getting...
I just zoomed in and I slowed it way down, so we'll be able to see what happened. With the stopping at the stoplight. So that's his car right there. And so he it's possible that he stopped back off screen where we couldn't see him.
Oh yeah, sorry. Just to make sure it's clear, after he turned right is onto the street is when I believe he stopped after his vehicle was surrounded by the protest.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to go with the footage, so we can play it over and over as many times as we need to get to the bottom of this. I have 2 angles. I also have that cool recreation that they used in court to walk them through it. Okay.
Yeah, so, and for anybody who might be missing some of the post, just very quickly before we get into some of the nitty gritty of what's happening. Originally, there weren't any charges placed against him. The investigator, the detective, I believe, who was in charge of seeing what happened, determined that there was no reason for a charge. It was later brought up by the DA of the area. I believe it's Harris County DA. And which inevitably led to the guilty verdict that was reached a few days ago. And just to keep all of us totally up to date on the news, one of the reasons why this is back in full swing on Twitter after dying after a few days was the announcement by Wheels or Governor Greg Abbott of Texas that he was going to pardon him at the first available opportunity.
I call him Greg Wheels Abbott. That's my nickname for him. No, that's the nickname. That is his name. Wheels. Okay. He's an asshole. All right. So, did you start with the social media post, or did you just give a summary? That was just a summary, right?
Just a summary of the event. Yeah. So we can start going into all that stuff.
Okay. They're calling him a Soros DA, so I'm assuming that somebody has found some link to Soros. But I don't have that information, and I don't think it's particularly relevant. Okay, the last thing I want to say is that what we're going to be doing here is not going to focus on the legalities of the situation. Though I live in Texas, I'm very familiar with the deadly force statutes in the state. I studied them. I've passed tests on them to get my CHL back when that was a thing. Now it's a constitutional carry state, so it's not necessary anymore. But I am familiar with the statutes in place. I have been trained on them multiple times. But the point of the show is not law. We're not a legal eagle.
That's what I like about this. It's not about law. It's about ethics and morals.
We're going to be moral philosophers today, and we're going to talk through the ethics of the situation and right and wrong and property ownership, and we're going to approach it from that angle. I mean, I can also sprinkle in my legal opinions that are, I guess, we'll just say amateur and irrelevant for the purposes of today's show. But okay, so let's dive in detail and begin with the timeline of events. And I'm being genuine here. I'm trying to include the stuff that both sides of this dumpster fire on Twitter are calling into question. And so in that vein, the first thing that happened was about a month before the shooting, he made some social media posts. He responded to Trump. I have that here. Trump said, any protesters, anarchists, agitators, looters, or lowlifes who are going to Oklahoma, please understand, you will not be treated like you have been in New York, like you have been in New York, Seattle, or Minneapolis. It will be a much different scene. To which Daniel Perry, who is the shooter in this situation, said, send them to Texas. We will show them why we say don't mess with Texas. That was the first thing used in court against him, which is a lesson to everyone about what you share on social media. You are creating permanent future liabilities for yourself. And I'm kind of talking to myself right now with this entire YouTube channel. I am creating unquantifiable risk for myself that will be permanent for the rest of my life with this YouTube channel. But you guys might not have your own YouTube channels, so consider what you tweet, what you say publicly, because they will look and they will find it if you ever do anything or give them an excuse to persecute you. Another thing he said, which I was not able to find a source screenshot for, so I'm just going off news reports now, is, quote, he said, quote, I might have to kill a few people on my way to work. They are rioting outside my apartment complex, end quote. There was no context given.
That was a silly
post. I don't know, Christian, do you have any other information on that one that I am not familiar with?
They were quoted in a couple of different of the coverages I saw of the actual court, but I haven't seen any video or text evidence. But I, at the same time, I don't have any reason to believe it wasn't brought up in court. From my understandings, a lot of these were pulled from Facebook Messenger, which, you know, going off of the other thing, keep in mind, everything you say on these platforms can and will be held against you. So don't use Facebook Messenger is a good start to avoiding that.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a general rule of life for any of your communications with anybody, use a communications medium that has an auto expiring timer on the messages and set it always, even if you set it to like a week, like use Signal and set the auto message self-destruct timer to a week and just have that the default for all your conversations. Just a little tip. Anyway, so Alfredo rightfully points out that I keep saying YouTube channel. Isn't this an Odyssey channel now? Yes, it is. inDOCtriNATION said that was a foolish tweet. I think so. I don't know if it was a tweet or a Facebook post, but yeah, it was a dumb thing to type publicly. But if you think that was dumb, Christian, why don't you read the next one that they used against him in court?
Yeah, so the next one that he said, allegedly, again, we haven't seen these with our own eyes, but it seems to track, is that I might go to Dallas to shoot looters.
That one was
So
even
that
worse.
is not a very good thing to say.
And then to go do
if
it.
you're might be in a position to where you might have to defend yourself in a court of law over this.
Yeah.
Which would be what you would have to do if you went and did that.
So if that other one was a foolish tweet, that one was just some dumb shit to type into a computer. Legally speaking, morally, we'll get to that later. I think, why don't we just go through the whole timeline and then maybe we can comment on it. So those are the social media posts made a month before the shooting. Then a couple weeks before the shooting, he had again, I didn't see this. They brought it up in court. And the problem with this is that all the places I found it were on Austin sort of left-wing publications in which they didn't actually quote it or screenshot it. They characterized it in their words by saying the shooter, I need to start using his actual name, Daniel Perry, a couple weeks before the shooting, had a Facebook Messenger conversation with a friend of his where he argued that it would be legally permissible to shoot someone in self-defense, to shoot a protester in self-defense. To which his friend replied something about, you took the same training as I did, referring to his CHL, the concealed handgun license training, in which they do teach you that it is a dumb thing to do to put yourself in a situation in which you will have to defensively shoot someone. In fact, they would probably legally say that you might be culpable for the crime if you purposefully put yourself in a situation in which you will then need to defend yourself against an attacker. That's a legal opinion, has nothing to do with what I think is the morality of the situation. But that is the report as it was reported by left-wing sources. I couldn't verify the source on it. If any of you has a source on it, send it over. And if any of you disagree with anything we're about to say, speak up in the chat. We're watching. Then next, he was on July 25th is when the shooting took place. Daniel Perry was driving for Uber in Austin, Texas, a tumor in the chode of Texas. Christian, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, so the July 25th just so happened to be one of the days of the George Floyd BLM protests in Austin. It wasn't quite as large as in a lot of other places that might come to mind with some very significant events that happened, looting, etc. But it was still a pretty sizable protest. At that point, on July 25th, the night of the protest, he turned right onto Congress Avenue, which had a bunch of protesters walking on it, doing their demonstration in the road. And this is the point where the altercation first started, when he turned right into the crowd and was, whether you want to say swarmed, surrounded by, inundated with people, however you want to put it. His vehicle became essentially blocked in by the protesters around him.
Yeah, so I'll play this at like half speed. So there's two views here. One is from a car that was just across the intersection. You'll see Daniel's car on the right side of the screen making a right turn on a red light. Coming in, there's his car coming in from the right, making a right turn into the street full of communists, I mean BLM, I mean protesters. And you see him stop there. And then if I turn the audio on, people are surrounding the car. I'll speed this up full speed. 5 shots. Not all of them, I believe, I found out afterwards. Oh, I think I skipped. There they are. There they were. There's more shots. There was the 3 shots. That was from the guy you told me about. So I learned something new watching this or hearing about it since we did the evaluation last time. So go ahead, Christian. I just wanted to show the video really quickly.
Yeah, so what happened was that as the crowd was being surrounding the vehicle, this is when Garrett Forster came up to, or Foster, sorry, excuse me. Garrett Foster came up to the driver's side of
I don't
Perry's
know.
vehicle.
I don't
Now,
know, Anna.
at the time, for
We don't talk
context,
about the
Foster
court
was
part of
carrying
it.
an AK.
They just talk about he was
There are
convicted.
a lot of different
and that,
interpretations
the
that we
governor's been
will get into as we kind of go over some of the minor trial stuff of exactly how he was holding the AK and how he was positioned, etc. But point being, he had an AK in his possession and he approached the vehicle. This is shortly after this, after Foster reached the vehicle, is when the first shots were fired by Perry. At which point the crowd in front of the vehicle dispersed and Perry was able to get his vehicle out of the situation. The shots you heard at the end were, as I kind of brought up, this Nico Daisy individual who was there at the time of the protest, who had a small handgun on him, fired 3 shots at Perry's car as he drove away.
Those are the 3 shots at the end that I just learned was from the other guy. Okay, and disclaimer for legal purposes. Everything you hear is for entertainment purposes, and these are just opinions.
Oh, I forgot to say one thing. As the crowd began to surround the vehicle, one of the protesters who testified there, I should have gotten his name down because it was available for me, but I didn't catch his name. He did testify. He was at court, admitted to kicking his vehicle in frustration as Perry came to a stop in front of him.
Okay. So he turned right, as we saw in the video. A bunch of people, he stopped his car. A bunch of people surrounded the car. He couldn't go anywhere. At least one member of the crowd banged on the hood of his car. And like you just said, somebody testified to kicking his car. A police officer later testified in court that there were boot or kick marks on the car. Then a member of the crowd, known as Foster is his last name, approached the driver's side of the car, carrying hands-on an AK-47. And we will, the position that the AK-47 was in as he approached the car is a absurdly hotly debated topic on Twitter, even though there's pictures of it. And a bunch of people did a bunch of stupid little MS Paint drawings trying to explain what angle it was at. And half the people are like, he's obviously pointing the gun at him. And the other half of the people are saying he's obviously not pointing the gun at him. He's at the low ready position. The driver, Daniel, rolled his window down, claims he saw the gun at that point. In the 911 call, I believe he said that he saw him start to raise the AK-47, saw Foster start to raise the AK-47, was feared for his life, and shot him. Later in the what do you call it, the interrogation room, he made some comments that made it sound like he hadn't yet pointed the rifle at him and that he was acting preemptively by shooting him. So the state of the rifle pointing is in dispute heavily. So he shot the guy. He immediately then drove away, called the police. The police rolled up. I think I have body cam footage of that. No, it was hard to hear, and he didn't really say anything important that I saw, so I don't have that video ready. Then they brought him in, they interrogated him, then they released him, which usually is a pretty strong statement in one of these shooting situations. They will almost always err on the side of caution if they think you were in any way culpable for something. They're not just going to let you go free, especially in Texas. But letting him go was a pretty clear indication, at least in this state, that they knew what happened and that they were chill with it. At least the cops did. Later, why don't you go ahead, Christian? You want to pick it up from there?
So after this, after he had been released, the DA of Harris County sort of stepped in, and his name, I have it right here. Give me 1 second. I don't remember this person's name off the top of my head. Was, oh man, where is it?
Jose Garza?
Jose Garza.
The guy that looks like he would approve of his wife's boyfriend? Was that?
Yes, Jose
Alex
Garza,
Stein?
giving me real Binger vibes. Not gonna lie to you. I'm trying to trying to stick to the facts here, but it's
Okay.
just being honest. Decided that this was a case that needed to be followed up on, and drummed up the necessary charges in order to start the legal process. Believed that there was a case to be made, believed there was sufficient evidence, so it went ahead and pressed charges again after the release. And this is where we start to get into the actual trial in itself. I think he has the same glasses as Binger too, or at least a similar style. Anybody familiar with the Rittenhouse case will remember Binger quite unfondly. So for the first few days of the trial, it's mostly standard witness stuff, a lot of stuff we've already talked about. We had a couple of individuals who were at the protest testifying. We had the testimony from the coroner. But when things started to get, I guess, you could say interesting or most pertinent to the discussion that we're going to have, the first one was when Nico Daisy testified to firing his 3 shots. There was a lot of ambiguity as to who fired those shots, when and where. Now that's all settled. We know it was another guy in the crowd of protesters who fired. His testimony said that he did it so that the bullet holes could help to identify the car after he had left. I do with that what you will. That's what he said. And I think one of the biggest, there are two other big-ish moments of the trial, and one of the bigger ones was on day 6. These forensic specialists or forensic engineers, whatever you'd like to call them, led by a man named Jason Evans, were specialists from the defense. They were expert testimony. And what they do is they take a compilation of evidence, video and photographic, and what they do is they digitally recreate scenes of the crime. They do their forensic analysis via digital recreation. So they were able to track the speed of the vehicle based on different angles and videos and shots. And they were also able to make several other claims, like how close was Foster from Perry's vehicle. One of the claims is that he was within 18 inches with the rifle at his in the direction of the vehicle at one point before the shots fired, upright as well, because that's going to be the other important thing. It directly conflicted with some of the testimony from the coroner, who claimed that all of the shots in Foster's body were at a downward angle. They were all angled into the torso or the body. I think one of them was actually outside of the torso, rather than what you would typically expect from someone who's standing upright, which is directly forward. However, some of the video evidence and the forensic engineer's evidence seems to suggest that that's not the case. That is some spicy, what's happening here stuff going on that I think is pertinent to know. You want to cover some of the stuff that the detective kind of went over?
Yeah, sure. But before I do, I put something in our notes out of order, so this is on my fault. So before he was indicted, or after he was indicted, but before the trial, there was a detective. No, this was the attorney, Broden, Dallas attorney Broden. This was the defense attorney. Motioned to the judge, Judge Brown, to dismiss Perry's indictment based on notes from Fuggett's. We're going to pretend that that's how you pronounce his name, but Fuggett.
I believe it's Fugit for anybody who's curious.
Yeah, Fuggett. Detective David Fuggett. Notes from Detective David Fuggett's report about what he says prosecutors told him not to say. So prosecutors told Detective Fuggett not to say something.
I shot his car for
during the
identification
grand jury.
only.
And then, of course, prosecutors asked the judge
in the back of his car
to deny the hearing, the dismissal hearing. And the news report quote I have for you says, quote, according to the filing, prosecutors asked Fuggett not to share evidence that called statements from several witnesses into question. Those witnesses said Foster did not begin to raise his AK-47 assault rifle towards Perry, a key issue in the case. But according to Broden's recent filing, the police investigation found that those witnesses were not in a position to see Foster's actions at the time. So they were lying. Is it novel that protesters at a protest will lie about what people they don't like do and lie about things people they do like do in order to massage the narrative where they need it to go?
Are canceled today,
I think
so
this happens in every one of these stories we've ever covered about one of these protests. Is the protesters lie. This was an example of that. And they told the detective not to talk about that stuff. In addition, quote, some of the slides that prosecutors told Fuggett to remove from his PowerPoint, which was like well over half the slides by number, pertain to statements that a woman made to police on the aggravated assault charge, blah, blah, blah. So the Fuggett's full report is not publicly available as far as I could find, and it wasn't included in the news stories that I found either. So I couldn't look at it for myself, much less the full sort of unabridged one. I was not able to find. That was before the trial. I just wanted to throw that in there. It goes to, just like we included the stupid social media posts that the lefties bring up on Twitter, I wanted to include some of the stuff that calls into question the motives of the district attorney, the motives of the prosecutor, the motives of that end of the, quote, justice system involved. That one of the detectives on the case, in his report, thought the guy was innocent of murder charges and was upset enough to sign his name to a certified affidavit complaining that the prosecutor prevented him from telling the grand jury things that he thought was very important for them to hear about the case. Okay, then going back to oh, is that what Detective David Fuggett's statement? Day 7 of trial. Go ahead, pick that up.
Yeah. So he was brought up to testify and cross-examined, obviously. And there's not a ton of information here, but just from the perspective of, being as inclusive of information as possible rather than exclusive, right? He basically kind of went through his justification of why he didn't feel like it was justified in pressing charges in the first place. A couple of the things he listed, several different arguments, but one of them was Perry's controlled driving, which led to him, not leaving any skid marks behind, not causing any damage to the roadway, hitting a curb, a cone that was apparently near the vehicle, or anyone else, which led to his idea that, his decision was a controlled one, not an irrational burst of anger. Also being, this was an argument that he made, so, I'll vocalize it. He commended him for turning right in a turn-only lane rather than violating the laws of the roadways to try to avert the protesters as much as possible. After being encircled by the protesters, he commended him for not using his vehicle as a weapon and only turning to deadly force when he was approached by a bladed stanced Foster, is the direct quote. And that's his whole testimony pretty much in a nutshell. There's, all of this is quite a long proceeding, so there's more things that we're went into, but that's one perspective from an agent of the state on why they didn't initially press charges.
Closing arguments by the prosecution focused on malicious intent established by social media posts, and the defense focused on reasonable harm self-defense. He was found guilty of murder, but not aggravated assault. Texas Governor Greg Wheels Abbott is now publicly working to pardon him, which is what has stirred up this entire controversy again on Twitter, which is why we're talking about it. Actually, no. Why we're talking about it is because a few, not a lot, but a few well-followed anarchists are putting out some really shitty takes on the situation. And we wanted to take the opportunity to talk through it so that we can all together hopefully refine our understanding and deepen our understanding of property rights, consent, conflict resolution, and the right and wrong of what's involved. Jim, thanks for the 2, whatever we call those on Odyssey. I appreciate the super chat. What the hell do we call those on Odyssey?
Odyssey bucks.
When I hover over, it just says 2. So
2.
Thanks for 2 little gem looking thingies. That's awesome. That's probably 2 cents. Okay.
Well, if you made it this far,
Wait,
you're
no,
through the
did I
boring
just do the
part.
Molyneux? Did I just complain about a small donation?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh, shit. Okay.
If you've made it through this part and you know all this information already, congratulations. You made it through the boring part. It's officially going to start getting very spicy from here on out because we've compiled a list of what we've called in our notes anti-justifications. And we're going to start kind of picking through these. So congratulations. We've reached the meat and potatoes.
Yeah, and get ready. I'm getting ready. I'm getting my soapbox ready. I'm getting ready to rant a little bit. But I think I don't know. I kind of want to let you drive this, Christian, because I think you were immersed mostly in a lot of the conversations on Twitter that flushed out this list of anti-justifications. I had a couple, but my conversations amounted to commies calling me a bootlicker, which is nothing. So.
Commies calling you.
That moves. Thanks for the 5 whatevers. At least he says. At least it wasn't as small a donation as you Christians. You know what? I did introduce you as the Christian,
You did.
I didn't mean it in terms of the Christian God believer. I meant it in terms of like the Christian.
It's okay. The AI thinks I'm a Christian, and it's always right. So what do I know? Maybe I am. I just don't know it yet.
Okay, so there's a whole list of bad takes, and most of them aren't really deep thinking bad takes. They're just like knee-jerk bad takes. A couple of them, thankfully, somebody actually rubbed some brain cells together and tried to come up with justifications or anti-justifications, reasons why it was a bad shoot, why Daniel should not have shot Foster, the guy with the AK that approached his car. Go ahead, Christian, take it away.
Yeah, so I think we'll just start with, it just so happens to be the first one on our list, but I think it's pretty good because this is really coming at the state's angle with the prosecution. The whole focus, essentially, of their closing arguments was
He didn't use a rifle
malicious
against him. He used a
intent,
handgun against
that
him.
he was there to hurt people, to kill
Against the guy with
people.
an AK.
He wanted to kill protesters. He could have avoided the area. He knew there was going to be a protest, et cetera, yada, yada, yada. So the first one is his social media posts show that he drove there for the purpose of shooting people. Therefore, it was a bad shoot.
Okay, so I want to point out that this is irrelevant from a moral perspective. Why is it irrelevant? Because you're allowed to say to your friend, hey, friends, I own myself. I have the right to travel where I want. I'm going to go test that liberty and go attempt to drive where I want. Nothing about saying you're about to do something, then attempting to do something that isn't an aggression, somehow makes you the bad guy when bad guys try and stop you from doing the thing you had the right to do. So that's the first point to be made. That addresses the first or the second of the social media posts that we talked about, where he said, I might have to kill a few people on my way to work. They're rioting outside my apartment complex. First of all, that's not even sort of like a threat. That's just like he could imagine like how you could have said that 5 different ways. You could have said it maliciously. I might have to kill a few people on my way to work. You could also say it like, oh shit, like I might have to kill a few people to get to work because they're rioting outside my house. Like there's different ways you could say this. That's all irrelevant to the morality of the situation. The next thing he said is, I might go to Dallas to shoot looters. Okay, so remember, this was before it happened. He's saying he might have to go to Dallas to shoot looters. Is there something wrong with defending property against looters? No. So even if he went to Dallas on a quest to locate looters to shoot, I still see no threat against a peaceful person. I see a threat against a looter, a non-peaceful person. I don't see a problem here. And then just going back to the general thing, and they take those social media posts and they extrapolate them out into a different thing entirely, where they say his social media posts show that he drove there for the purpose of shooting people. Not shooting looters, shooting people. Anytime you hear people changing the language and reclassifying things, you're either being manipulated or they're ignorant of the situation. Okay, you're welcome to give your own thoughts on it or move on to the next one, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, something that I think is important is that, whether or not you think his posts are in bad taste, in bad form, or you completely agree with them, some of the direct evidence of the night seems to suggest that maybe that wasn't his intention in being there at that particular time. He was currently active on the Uber platform on that night, trying to get some work done, trying to make some extra income. And his route did take him into the line of protesters, which apparently there is evidence on his phone that suggests that he was aware of where the protesters would be. But that doesn't mean that just because of these confluence of factors, that in this particular moment of the altercation, that we can 100% ascribe some kind of theory of mind or intent to him, that we know for a fact that he went there to kill people. I think it's not hard to say that his behavior would have been a little different from what actually happened if that was to be the case. But like you said, none of the things that were brought up in these social media posts come to any sort of conclusive, determinative bearing on why he was there. Or even if he was there, let's just throw that out there. If he was 100% like, yeah, you know what, I've got my Uber thing on in case I get some work, but the real reason I'm here is so that when people start looting, I can stop them, right?
That's called a hero.
There's nothing wrong.
That's not a bad guy. That's a guy trying to protect a town from looters. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. You can think, I can totally understand the reaction of somebody who's like, wow, that's reckless. That's crazy.
Yes.
It's perhaps even irresponsible.
Yes.
I would never do something like that. I could totally understand those reactions, but those reactions do not necessitate a moral condemnation. That's your own particular evaluation.
Dumb thing to say on social media, even if you were going there to shoot looters.
Well, don't
the
bother.
whole
Just
thing
do
was
it.
dumb. But
That's
doesn't
what
make
got
you
him
a bad
convicted
guy in
was
this
those
situation.
posts, which shouldn't have.
Right. We have to weigh these moral altercations
Justice
on the level of
system works.
facts, violations of individuals' property rights, and move on from there. And just these posts alone don't do any of that. And this can be extrapolated out to a number of different scenarios. Pretty much all threats made on social media go like this. And we'll get more into the nuances of threats later, but they can't be used, even if they were done 5 seconds ago, to definitively establish some kind of determinate theory of mind of the person who said them. Because you don't know. You just genuinely don't know. It's an unfortunate fact of dealing with other humans is that to some extent, the person in front of you is kind of a black box that you're inferring the contents of. So we have to be very careful when we're doing that, that we don't infer false things. And it's very easy, very, very easy to do that when there might be some context clues that we want to pull into a certain direction that do not lead us.
Bobes, thanks for the 4 whatevers that is on Odyssey. He says everyone knows that shooting commies is not the same as shooting people, which is a comment I could only read on Odyssey and Rumble. So
you get banned from YouTube for saying that.
Yes, Phobes, but now I challenge you in response to your edgelord comment in my chat. I challenge you to provide the ethical argument for why you're right. Okay, so next point. Next anti-justification. The gun wasn't pointed at Daniel, therefore it was a bad shoot. What do you think, Christian?
Okay, so now we have to talk about threats at this point. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, right? And this is going to tie into another one that we have a little bit later on that's a bit more nuanced than just this one in particular. But there's this idea of the gun being at a particular angle. I'm not sure where. I've seen a lot of people suggest, but I haven't heard if it's 89 degrees, 90 degrees, 87 degrees, like where the shoot, don't shoot line is. But that's precisely the point in all of this, is that there is no determinable angle of the barrel where it goes from shoot to no shoot automatically in some objective fashion. He doesn't hold it up slightly higher and then all of a sudden shoot particles start flying off of him in a way that we could say, this is objectively now a good shoot in this situation. The angle at which he's holding it is completely irrelevant to the determination of what was happening at that particular time. And the fact that people are getting hung up on it is more so to do with the legal statute, in my opinion, than it is even to do with the situation itself.
I'm searching the Twitter shitstorm to try and find that screenshot where people have drawn little red lines trying to divine the angle of the gun just so we can show people. If you can find it while I'm talking, let me know and I'll throw it on screen. Just throw it to me on Telegram.
I don't know if I'd be able to find it or not, but it comes back to that idea that I was talking about. People are arguing over whether 80 degrees or 81 degrees or 82 degrees is a good shoot, no shoot, when it's completely missing the point of what we're trying to get at here.
Well, I mean, to their credit, the people that are claiming he pointed the AK at him, had he pointed the AK at him, that would have been an additional justification to shoot. But we already have justification, and I guess we can get to that now. The justification is that he was trapped in his car. He was surrounded on all sides of his car. He couldn't go anywhere. He was effectively abducted is kind of the wrong word. He was imprisoned. He couldn't move. He was being held in that location against his will, absent his consent, by the people around him. That justifies defensive force to free oneself. Now, beyond that, we can surmise and think about other justifications. One of them might have been if that AK rifle was pointed at him. Was it? Was it not? The argument is stupid. It was close enough that I think most people could say that had you been in that situation, you would have been freaked out by somebody walking up with a gun at that angle. Because here's the thing, like, and I was bitching out loud to Christian before the show, and I'll say the same thing again. Let's say that you had a laser bore sight in that AK, and so it had a little red laser pointer coming out of the end of that barrel. And that laser dot was 6 inches down away from the guy. Even if it's at low ready, his hands are on the AK. It's at low ready. It's pointed down. That laser bore sight is not pointed at Daniel. Daniel is seated in a small car low to the ground. So if nothing else, I don't think anybody can reasonably argue that it wasn't close. If you're, and I can play that video here in a second, the recreation. In fact, I'll go ahead and do that. Let's just.
Through a laser scan of 4th and Congress, Jason Evans, a forensic engineer, was able to create a 3D rendering of 4th and Congress. And through a series of 5 photos and videos taken the night of July 25th, 2020, he created a recreation of the incident, starting with Perry turning into the crowd of protesters.
Mr. Perry starts off initially at 11.9 miles per hour, starts to deaccelerate or slow down to the apex of the turn to 9.8 miles per hour, and then continues to slow down until he comes to a stop.
Evans was also able to give a rendering of how close Foster might have been standing to Perry's driver's side door before Perry shot and killed him.
Okay, so I just want to point out at this point in time, this is what I was talking about. He's real close. He's probably 2 feet or less. Let's just give the benefit of the doubt to the prosecution. He was probably a couple feet away, let's say, from the driver's side door of the car. Even at low ready, that laser pointer is going to be pretty close to his thighs or leg or butt or torso, lower torso, something like that. Now, let me ask you another side question. If somebody is pointing a rifle 10 degrees off of you, would you still say, stop pointing that gun at me? If you're at the range, if you're at the range and the range officer sees someone even step beyond the 180 degree, even just like a step in front of the firing line, and that's what, I guess it would be 85 degrees off of where you're pointing. The range officer would be like, stop, range is cold, get back behind the line. We don't want any guns pointed at anybody. So if you're 5 degrees, 10 degrees, let's say 20, if I'm pointing an AK 20 degrees off of you, is that gun pointed at you enough for you to have a problem with it, for you to feel threatened? Of course. So this whole stupid back and forth that's happening on Twitter about whether the rifle was pointed at him or not is dumb. and it's like an obvious waste of time. That laser pointer dot doesn't have to be on his body. Another dumb one I saw that's related is that the car door was blocking. Like if he had shot the AK, even if the AK was pointed at him, it would have had to go through the car door. Christian, how tough are car doors?
Not very.
Do
Not
they offer
very
protection
whatsoever.
against AK rounds?
7.62.
No, especially not whatever little. I think it was a Korean car that he was driving, a Hyundai or something.
Okay, so I hopefully we've sufficiently dispensed with that. Go ahead.
There's also one more thing to consider here. Even if it is just pointed at the car, and all you could say was that, oh, at most he would have thought that he was going to shoot the car. That's all he could have possibly thought with that. Let's say we go that far with it. You're still threatening the person's property, right? Like that's an equal consideration to keep in mind, is that we're not just talking about his person. We're also talking about his car property. His body property and his car property are both in this situation factors that have to be taken into consideration. So that's just one more thing.
I wish I had a voice changer. I need to set up a voice changer so that I can play devil's advocate, and it's obvious to people watching that it's not me. So I'm going to play devil's advocate now, Christian. Christian, you said he felt threatened. Who cares what he feels? Like, he wasn't threatened. That gun wasn't pointed at him. That was objectively not a threat.
Objectively not a threat is a absolutely awful phrase. And I'll explain to you why in the simplest way I possibly can. And that is that if you take the exact same action and put them into different contexts, they can be a threat or not be a threat, depending entirely by the context. So this kind of gets rid of the idea of the objective threat. Because, so let's just make up the example, right? Let's say you're in this altercation.
But then again, if you have a gun in your hand,
there's
not
one
even
way that
pointed
you
in
might
their
interpret
direction,
that where it is a threat.
That's
That's
considered a
something
threat.
you know, I think we could say you could reasonably do that. Now, let's say you're on a movie set and Alec Baldwin is not a part of the cast.
Colin.
Okay, you probably don't have any reason to feel threatened when the individual walks up to you in the exact same manner. Well, you could say, okay, well, that's because, you know, we have this like agreement set aside beforehand that we're not going to shoot each other or whatever, but you don't really know that. You're kind of inferring that from the situation at hand. There's nothing inherently an aggression or not an aggression about any act. An aggression is entirely through the perspective of a person, or sorry, a threat is entirely through the perspective of the person who is perceiving. I have to determine something is a threat in order for it to be considered a threat. The example was given on Twitter. Someone can't swing a hammer 3 inches in front of my face. Well, what if I don't care? What if they swing it in front of my face and I go, whoa, that was pretty close. Okay. I don't consider it as a threat. Is it now a threat, even though I don't consider it to be a threat? Who would ever consider something like that to be a valid threat if I didn't first say it? It shows that threats are entirely underpinned by the subjective interpretation of the action by an individual in that exclusive context.
Yeah, and so my way of saying that is that threats, the concept of a threat, and I really tried back when I was trying
the comedian?
to refine my understanding of a theory of what are rights.
I've seen him on Kill Tony.
I had to figure out what a threat was, and I had to be able to objectively define what a threat was. And when I mean objective, I mean not including anything subjective. Like I needed a definition for a threat that did not include anything subjective. I could not do it. I have found no one that has successfully done it. Therefore, I must conclude that what constitutes a threat is necessarily subjective. A threat is a communication of contingent future harm. So I am going to punch you if you talk to my wife like that again. That's a threat. But what did I just do there? Like I just use language to communicate a concept. Language is incredibly subjective. It gets misinterpreted all the time. You can say nothing is objective when you're using language. Try talking to a commie about what property means if you don't believe it. I'm communicating a future intent, usually contingent, but not necessarily. I could just say I'm going to punch you. That's a threat. But the whole communication of what constitutes a threat is necessarily subjective. In this situation, guy walks up to a car that's surrounded, being pounded on and kicked and yelled at by a bunch of protesters that this guy was knew he was politically not aligned with. They were
Living in Monroe
attacking
now?
and damaging his car. They were trapping him in. A guy walks up to him right up next to him with an AK.
What shift were you interested
What does that communicate to him? How can we objectively define what those actions communicate into Daniel Perry's brain? You can't do it because communication is always subjective, especially when you start getting into body language and context of situations. Situations as irregular and insane. It's probably the only time Daniel's ever even been in a protest or in a mob situation. So there is no context in his brain that you could really infer on how a normal person would interpret that situation. But even if you could think what a normal person was, nothing says Daniel's normal. Maybe he'd been triggered. Maybe he was abused. Maybe he had been in one of these mob situations before and somebody attacked and hurt him. Maybe he was damaged. You never know. You can't object. So I'm repeating myself, but I'm just pointing out, if you think I'm wrong, if you think you can objectively define what constitutes a threat, tell me. I want to learn. I would love to have a definition for that. I haven't found one. I can't think of one. I don't think it exists. So contact me on our Discord server or on our Rift server, and let's have a conversation about it if you think you can objectively define a threat. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So other bad anti-justifications. Because a lot of people were calling him a commie because he was marching with a bunch of commies. And after it was happening and for the time since it happened, a bunch of people have been saying, wait, he's not a commie. He's one of ours. He's a boog boy. He's a libertarian.
Thank you.
It's totally irrelevant who he was. It's totally irrelevant, like what his political alignment was, whether he's our friend, whether he was not our friend, whether he was our enemy. It doesn't matter for the ethical evaluation of this. Another thing I've heard that is a non-argument, and then I'll throw it back to you, Christian, is he was a good guy. He fed the homeless. Okay, cool. He could have been a great guy. He could have gone once a week to feed the homeless. He could volunteer at hospitals. He could read books to kids with cancer. He could be a fantastic guy. But in this situation, all of that is irrelevant because none of that is part of the situation. You're just trying. People that focus on this stuff are trying to manipulate your emotional perceptions of the good and the bad guy in the situation by making you believe that one of them is a saint and the other one is a sinner, using stuff that's irrelevant. All right, back to you, Christian.
Yeah, just bringing it up one more time. This whole discussion that we did on threats also shows another big incongruency between the ethics and the way the state views things, right? Because the state obviously has statutes and measures on what constitutes a threat and when, and they try to define through their, they get some incense out and they, waft it back and forth and try to look into the body of law and deem what is and is not a threat. We just can't do that in this situation. So it warrants bringing back up the social media posts one more time. Even if you 100% were a protester and you just definitely thought like, oh my God, he's threatening me. He knows me. We talked about this. He's threatening me. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. And this goes on to directly while we're back to the threat train, because this is going to be a big one for at least a little bit longer before we go into some weirder stuff. The protesters were alarmed and or threatened by the car driving on the road, so they were justified in surrounding it. Therefore, it was a bad shoot. What we know, so this is where we get to distinguish between threats and aggressions. We've already done our whole spiel on threats, so I'm not going to go through all that again.
Hold on, we got a couple comments before you go on.
Okay, go for it.
Strategic Tactic attempted to take me up on my challenge by saying, quote, "This is a threat," end quote. No, because I think that was a joke. See? Yeah. See how you can literally, like, I could even say to somebody, "I am going to punch you," and that person could still interpret that as a joke, as sarcasm, as a mean comment, but not one that I would actually follow through on. I'm just being an asshole. Like
Now,
there's
the internet's
this
nice and
whole
fast, but with these
subjective
dinosaurs,
spectrum
so you just have
of
to
how a
give them a chance
person
to-
could interpret a
I
communication.
already clicked to open up
as
the
a threat
browser
or
for
not
you
a
there,
threat,
and it's we're gonna
a million
wait.
different shades of gray in between. Jim says
No,
we'll
it's
give another
part of the
two
electronic
diddly
part of the
whatevers, and
application,
honestly, this
and
is
then
an
we'll do the
actual
paper
threat.
part. I
Again, I
actually
think
have
you're
to fill out
joking.
the
I don't believe you. Your subjective attempt at threatening me
Hopefully it'll
failed.
open up the right portion, and we'll go from there.
Okay. So.
Already finished up with
Yeah, so-
everybody this morning. So.
Back to this idea of the protesters being alarmed or threatened or startled or really, really scared or whatever of the car as it drove through. We have to talk about the distinction between threats and aggressions now. And a lot of people want to conflate these things or really want to lump, what they want to do is they want to lump threats into the category of aggressions, right? And this is where, you know, the simplest of all of the phrases that libertarians have probably ever come up with is no victim, no crime, right? Right next to taxation is theft. They're like almost analogously simple and hold in this kind of situation, at least, where what we're looking for when we're trying to identify whether there was or was not an aggression is a violation of consent somewhere along the chain of interaction. We have a bunch of people, this is life, right? This is just how life is. We have a bunch of people exerting their body properties and their properties, as in the case of the vehicle, who are out and about and doing things. And sometimes they're going to do things and interact with each other in ways that other people might not have liked that much or might not have agreed to. And that causes conflict. The difference between a threat and an aggression is it is in the actual happening. When I threaten somebody and say, I'm going to punch you, and you say, oh my God, I'm so threatened. Nothing's actually happened to you or your property, except for the fact that you got really startled and scared. And now you need your binky and your blankie and a bottle. What happens if I actually punch you in the face is that your nose starts to bleed and your body property has been damaged and you're probably on the floor and you're a little dazed and confused and wondering why I, anarchist Christian, just punched you in the face because it's completely out of character. These are not the same whatsoever. In one, we have the possible, potential, maybe, potentially violation of a right at some point in time that may or may not come to fruition. And in the other one, we have an event that has already passed. It is set in stone. I punched you in the face. That cannot be undone. No, unless you invent a time machine and I can go back and tell myself not to do it, or you tell me not to do it, it's done. That is the biggest distinction between a threat and an aggression. We can quibble about the particular details, but the history is set in stone. And so aggressions are things that we can identify. There's no universe where if I reel my fist back and hit you in the face and you didn't want me to do that, that is somehow up to interpretation, subjective, whatever. It's a very clear cut in this particular example specifically to try to illustrate the idea. But in almost all of these situations, we have concretized examples of some extension of a person's body property being violated. And that's what we're identifying with these aggressions. So it doesn't matter if the protesters were startled for one particular key reason. He didn't hit anybody. There was no actual aggression for them to justify their detainment surrounding of Perry in his vehicle. All it was hurt feelings. That's the only justification they had to surround his vehicle. Hurt feelings.
Okay, so let me push back a little bit, but also broaden the discussion to property rights. And so this is the last time I evaluated this situation, I don't know, a couple years ago, whatever. I justified it using Walter Block's sort of homesteading by default, the same kind of homesteading that you might say that would allow an airliner who flies the exact same path through the air every day might have some claim to property ownership over that bit of air because he's been using it every day to fly a plane through. And I tried to use that to justify use of roads by cars. I don't like that justification. And I'm going to stop using it until I am able to have Block on to argue with it. So I want to talk about the
Now, usually we just do your
commons
first
and
name,
property
dot, last
ownership,
name, but you can do
that is
anything
in
that you
play
can remember.
on public roads.
Okay, you'll be
That's
using this to
the
check your
first
pay
question you
stubs
should
and
ask
stuff
in
like that.
any of these conflicts that we ever talk about is who owns the property involved and what were the rules that that property
do whatever
owner
you want.
had
It's
for
your
that
login,
property
so
that the people involved
If
were
you ever
on.
forget it, though, we can reset it.
Who owns the property that the people involved were on? No one. This is public property, a public road, roads. This is owned by the government. How did the government come to own it? By using taxation. Is taxation money that they rightfully, is there tax money that they use to pay for the road rightfully acquired? Absolutely not. It was stolen through taxes or through forceful acquisition. The land itself was very likely eminently domained into their property control by some measure. So nothing that they own is a valid claim of ownership. So that leaves us in a situation of, if we really wanted to get nitpicky with it, we could say that the company that built the road still owns it because it was their resources used to construct it, and the money that they got from the government to build it with is still the rightfully owned by the people that money was stolen from. Something like that. That endangers sort of an infinite regression of property rights, and so until those road manufacturers start asserting their property ownership over the roads that they created, I think the easiest, clearest way to think about it is unowned property. Okay, so because we can't just say who owned the road. Oh, John owns the road. What's his rules for that property? Can people walk on the road at the same time as cars? And who gets the right of way on
Don't worry
John's
about the resume.
road?
Just do that.
Well, we can't do that here because that would be too freaking easy, and we live in a
Don't worry about
statist,
uploading a resume. Just
delusional
do the right-hand
society.
side of it there.
We have this
Your
public
contact
unowned
info.
road where no one has the right of way, no one has the wrong of way, and no one has a right to use it more than anyone else. So that's the state of the situation. We have a guy that wants to drive his car over unowned property. We have a bunch of people, BLM, protesters that want to walk their body properties over this unowned land. Who has the right of way? Indeterminate, unknowable. It's the tragedy of the commons playing out with property rights. There is no property rights in play here. In a very real sense, it's kind of a state of nature. We're in a situation in which no one can trump anyone else's
Address here.
situation. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, it means that when you have two people on land where there are no rules crossing each other's paths and they bump into each other, they're both wrong. They're both interfering in the other person's life. They're both negatively affecting the other person's consent, absent the other person's property, absent their consent. It's an intractable, bi-directional property rights violation that we're stuck in because of the simple situation of the tragedy of the commons, the state of nature that is unowned property. So the answer is to we all need to do our best when we're walking next to each other, driving next to each other on unowned public land, to minimize to the greatest extent possible our aggression on other people. In this specific situation, you had a guy driving his car and some people walking. The guy driving his car was having his property and his right to travel where he pleased,
Now, address 2 would be
infringed
like
upon
an
by these
apartment or
people
something.
walking in
Brownstone
front of
would
him
go under
super
the city.
slowly. And the people walking on the road were being inconvenienced and having their right to travel and their property rights infringed upon by the guy trying to drive his car where they were trying to walk. So you have a bi-directional, intractable property conflict situation. The only time you get these intractable property conflict situations is when you have unowned land. You have the tragedy of the commons. Government gives us this problem. That's part of the headlines here. This stuff wouldn't happen if people privately owned their property.
And we're going to skip these next 2 parts.
The next thing that happens in this scenario,
Not that
he
we're
drives
not
his car,
interested in it, it's
slows
just
down, and comes to a
another
stop
portion that'll
because
give
there's a
you the
bunch of people in
opportunity
the way, and he doesn't want to hit anybody. If he wanted to hit anybody, his actions would have shown
There
that
you
by
go.
him hitting somebody. He didn't. He stopped. Then what happened?
News.
The crowd surrounds him. What is the situation? It has changed from one in which there's a bi-directional inconvenience and sort of messy inconvenience of property rights, a messy minor inconvenience of property rights, to one in which one person is now effectively in prison. They're unable to move. They are trapped in their car. There's people in front of them, behind them, on both sides of the car. Couldn't even get out of his driver's door if he wanted because there's a guy walking up with an AK. Couldn't get out of his passenger side because there's people beating and kicking on it on the passenger side. Couldn't drive forward because there's a bunch of people in front of him smacking his hood. Couldn't go behind him because a bunch of people are running up behind him. He couldn't reverse out. He is effectively in prison. Now it's no longer a bi-directional property violation situation on this unowned land. Now it's a unidirectional. Now some people that were walking have surrounded and imprisoned someone. Now defensive force becomes unlocked, becomes justified, is another way of saying it. He is justified in defending himself to escape his imprisonment. What options are on the table? Well, we would like to see him use the minimum amount of force possible. What's the minimum amount of force possible? Well, what could he have done? If he gets out, we've seen what happens to people that get out of their cars at protests. A thing hit the news very recently before this event where somebody was dragged out of the car and beat. I don't know if they were beat to death. There was another time where another person attempted to drive through the crowd. Somebody in the crowd shot and killed the driver of the vehicle in that situation. He died for it. It's kind of an intractable situation. So what is the minimum amount of force necessary is kind of unknowable, at least from the outside looking in retrospect. From his position in that situation, I don't know. But what's also important is that it's irrelevant because he had the right to not be in prison. He had the right to drive where he wanted to drive, just like those people had the right to walk where they wanted to walk. He had the right to do so without being imprisoned, and they had the right to do so without being imprisoned too. He didn't park his car in front of a bunch of people to block them in so they couldn't walk. He was trying to drive. Now, the last thing I'll say before I get off my rant here is that it's totally possible to do these protests without imprisoning people if you actually give a shit about people's rights. Spoiler alert, the people at these BLM protests often don't care too much about people's rights. They tend to be destructive. They tend to be rowdy. In this case, some people, another one that was bad we'll get to in a minute, was that they were just legally crossing the road. First of all, they were just flooding up the road, walking straight through the middle of the intersection. That's dumb, and anybody that says that is manipulative or ignorant. But we did a yellow vest protest, which was a thing where we got a bunch of people to wear yellow vests. This was back in the day, and marched a guillotine on a trailer up to the steps of the Dallas County Courthouse, biggest courthouse in Dallas. And we had a car pulling the guillotine. The police wanted to block off the roads ahead of and behind us, and I didn't want to inconvenience a bunch of people like that. Guess where we walked? On the sidewalk as much as possible. Why did we do that? Because we didn't want to be assholes and inconvenience a bunch of people trying to drive on the roads. If you actually give a fuck, it's not hard to have your protest and not aggress on innocent people trying to get places. It's actually pretty easy. You just have to not be commie shitheads about it. End of rant. Christian, I'm going to hand it to you for 5 minutes. Somebody's knocking on my office door. I just need to check on it. So the show is yours.
Okay, yeah. So what I'll do then is, we advanced kind of quickly from the rudimentary threat versus aggression scenario that I presented into the more fleshed out, the full version, right? The spoilers included edition. And there's a lot of really interesting mechanics going on in there. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the chat because I had those closed for some reason. And Christian's doggo stealing the show yet again. Yeah, he was over here whining next to me. I had to mute myself because he was not happy. The biggest key takeaway from this distinction of the bidirectional versus unidirectional, or if you want to do the double arrow bidirectional versus unidirectional, is that when we're in the bidirectional scenario, both people are still in active control of their body property. So let's use the same scenario, simplify it a little bit. Let's say you're in your car turning right, and there's a person walking across the street. You guys are both exercising your property rights. You over your vehicles, them over their body, to move where you want to. And because we're on these unowned public roads, there isn't a rule. You know, if we like, maybe we said this before, I'm not sure. If we had private roads, this whole issue solved. It's easy. We go look up what the rules on the private roads are for using them, and we say these people weren't doing that. Game over. Or maybe everybody was, but I don't really see that being the case. I think they would have some rules for how the road and stuff get used. But anyways, we don't have that. We have this tragedy of the commons. We have the roads, the state of nature roads, if you will, this unowned land, and you're both just exhibiting the rights that you do have in whatever particular fashion you want. So if the person's walking across the street and you are turning your car and you look each other dead in the eyes and make the conscious decision to both continue moving forward, that's great. And I think even to the extent that Perry decided to slow down, he was still, you know, maybe he wouldn't have preferred to, but he was still exercising his right over his property and slowing down because he decided that, you know, his travel wasn't worth hitting that particular person. Maybe damage to the vehicle, maybe he didn't want to hurt them, whatever, et cetera, yada, yada. The moment that situation changes, where it all flips, is when that person stops exercising their body property to travel to the other side of the street. They plant their feet and they stand in front of the car, put their hand up, whatever you want to do, or just stand there and keep it from moving. Now what they're doing is they're using their body property to make you unable to exercise your vehicle property. You can make the argument that him slowing down was an exercise of his property rights and that he was, you know, he was fully in control while he did that. But the second that the vehicle is stopped, the game has changed completely. Because if that person doesn't get the hell out of his way so that he can keep moving, we've evolved this situation from the bidirectional into the unidirectional. And that's it's a very quick, it's a very fast and very slight movement, but it's super important for understanding the ethics of what's happening here. Because if it was all just bidirectional, then, I mean, we probably wouldn't even be having this conversation. It would be a tweet and we'd be done with it. But because of this swap from the bidirectional to the unidirectional, we now have someone who is being aggressed against and who can justifiably use deadly force in order for them to regain control of their property.
I retroactively agree with everything you just said.
Wow, I'm glad. Man, you're going to hate rewatching this one. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, next one. The protesters. Oh, wait, we just did that one. People have protested in the streets for many years, so they were justified in being there. Therefore, it was a bad shoot. This is more of a rebuttal to, I think, my old position.
Just put the little slashes in there.
About homesteading these commons or these easements.
With the question mark on the bottom
both
right.
people were justified in being there, and both people were not justified in entrapping either side or imprisoning either side. No one had that right. And another way to think about it is like, if you were on the street by yourself, would you have the right to jump in front of somebody's car and prevent them from going where they wanted to go? Of course not. Would the guy driving the car, have the right to drive in front of you where you were walking and prevent you from being able to walk where you wanted to walk? No, of course not. You both need to try and get out of each other's way as much as possible. And the moment one of you does start trying to control the other person is the moment you become the bad guy. We're repeating ourselves now. But... Okay, go ahead. What's the next one?
Let's clump the legal stuff all together because I think this is such a wild argument. But I'll just go through them real quick. He drove through a red light. Bad shoot. People were legally crossing the street on a red light. That's why he was surrounded. Therefore, it was a bad shoot. Any number of other violations of state law or city law regarding the roadways. I'm seeing this a lot from libertarians. That's a little weird. It's a little weird from the people who, mostly think that like drinking while driving is completely fine and that you don't have to stop for stop signs and that speed limits are a suggestion. All of the sudden think that whether or not a particular light bulb is a particular color now completely determines the ethical ramifications of the situation. That's a little weird, but I guess
let's lump all the other stupid ones in from other shootings, like Rittenhouse. What was it? Oh crap! Jim Jesus said it in chat and I lost it. Did he
I'm gonna
cross?
have to take my 5-minute break. You're on.
Go ahead. Did he cross state lines? Was he legally carrying the rifle? Did he have a license for that rifle? Like, legally, look, the legal situation is completely intractably fucked. This justice system is right the same number of times a clock is in a day. It's pretty much only on accident. The number of times that their evaluations, the number of times justice seems to be done is definitely waning quickly. So I'm, and this is not a legal channel. Mainly, I don't give a shit about whether or not it was legal. What I care about is whether or not it was moral. We can get a lawyer in here, maybe, if you guys want a legal interpretation of it, or want to see me argue with it. Maybe we should have had a lawyer come on and made this a 3-way or something. But yeah, it doesn't matter morally if he crossed state lines. It doesn't matter if he had a license. It doesn't matter if he was allowed to have the rifle by the government. This is all, it doesn't matter if he ran 3 red lights on a stop sign and drove too fast through a school zone. None of that matters to the moral situation because it wasn't owned property. This is the tragedy of the commons. That stuff might matter if you have somebody that owns the road and the guy was breaking the property owner's rules, but that would be a different violation. Okay. Next up. Let's see, the next anti-justification. We're almost done, I think. They surrounded the car because it almost hit a quad amputee in the street. Therefore, it was a bad shoot. This is starting to get to where people are actually, we're kind of getting away from the half-brain stuff, and we're starting to get to some of the better arguments. At least some people tried to come up with a real justification for it. They're like, oh, no. The first violation was the car almost hit a quad amputee in the street. So that was the first aggression. Therefore, people were responding by attempting to detain the person that initiated the first aggression, and therefore he was not justified in acting in self-defense.
You're going to click down where it says employee login. I'm going to log in using the ID you created.
So first of all, let's examine the rationale of pushing a quad amputee in the street at a protest.
By the way, I retroactively agree with everything you just said. So.
Perfect. I haven't made any opinion statements yet, but
okay.
So we're talking about the justification. So they surrounded the car. They were justified in surrounding the car. They were detaining the car because it had threatened a quad amputee in the street. Therefore, he was not justified in acting defensively because they were justified in detaining the driver. What do you think?
I find this to be particularly shitty. I mean, like, sorry, just feelsy for a second. Really? You guys are going to use an unfortunately poor, I mean, not poor as in unwealthy, but a poor quad amputee as your person to hinge all of this on, to put all the ethics on. You're going to take this person and do that. Okay. Whatever. Okay. That all aside. The car almost hit a quad amputee. Came really close. I haven't seen any evidence of how close almost is. For all we know, it could have been a 10-foot radius of a turn, you know? I have no idea how close this person was. Let's say they were really close. Let's say they were inches away. I think this comes exactly back to what we were talking to before. These people are on this unowned property. They're kind of equally inconveniencing each other. It's up to them or the person that's pushing them. In this case, is I'm assuming their right to travel has been conferred onto the person who's, you know, helping them navigate through the streets to do what they wish to do with that broader property. If that's to get in the way of the vehicle, then so be it. If that's to not get hit by a car, then they should do what they need to do to not get hit by the car. Vice versa. If the car doesn't want to hit them, it can slow down, which it did. Really, the reason that I feel so strongly about this one is just because I mean, this is 100% trying to pull at the heartstrings, and to me, that's just not very cool. Like this argument is being used in a way that you were supposed to feel especially bad because it's a quad amputee, and unfortunately, the ethics don't change if you're a quad amputee or a person who has all of your limbs. makes for a much sadder image whenever you think of a poor quad amputee almost being hit by a car. That's what's really going on with this anti-justification here.
If you cared about the safety of somebody that was a quad amputee in a wheelchair, maybe you wouldn't push them in a road. That's the common sense thing. The second thing is that we're still at the point that they're complaining about. We're still in the bidirectional phase of the property rights. The same argument could have been said. That quad amputee in that wheelchair almost bumped into my car. Who has the right of way in this situation? No one does, because it's unknown land. Look,
so that's your employee portal.
And for anybody watching that's still a citizen and thinks
from
the
your
state
phone
has
or
right
anything,
to claim the property,
you're going to click on.
You're not escaping the problem of the situation, because now you're just kind of devolving it back into the law, which is a subjectively interpreted, subjectively applied morass of property
and the green
rights.
button there says employee
That comes
start
down
wizard.
to what a dude in a black dress thinks is the right thing to do, which, as we have seen so frequently, is very politically motivated. But I digress. In the actual situation where no one has a rightful claim to the property that can be verified,
I got your handbook
you have
printed
two
right
people
here.
that both have a right to be there. They both have the right to roll there. In the case of both people involved in this analogy, and I might add, I also suspect that this particular person was singled out as the person that was being threatened for manipulative, emotional reasons, and probably wasn't even threatened in the situation. So I just want to put that out there. That's what I suspect. But even if it were serious, she had just as much a right to roll there as he did. And if he bumped into her, he had no right to bump into her, just as she had no right to bump into him. And so if they bumped into each other, they're both in the wrong, and they should both try and avoid bumping into each other. Because that's how property rights work in a state of nature, or in
just the initial
tragedy of the commons.
No, this next one is this next one's pretty good. So I'll read it for you. We're going to get into a whole new sector of ideas here. So hope you guys are ready. Foster was telling the crowd to back up. He's not an aggressor just because he was next to a bunch of aggressors. Therefore, it was a bad shoot.
So this is trying to individuate him from the crowd, which is a very interesting situation. And it goes back to the subjectivity of communications of threats. And I'm going to reference something in law, not because it's an appeal to law, but because it's an illustration of how people perceive threat situation. It's very common in law, when you're talking about the use of deadly force, to allow a justification to be a disparity of force. So if there is a significant disparity of force between yourself and the other person involved, let's say the attacker. So if it's just you and you're a big man and the other guy's a big man, and you're both about to punch each other out and there's no weapons involved, that's an equality of force. But then we can start to tweak all the variables in the situation to illustrate what I mean. What if it's a little lady and a big man? Okay, well, now we have a big disparity of force. A big enough disparity of force that in a lot of jurisdictions, that would be enough justification on its own for a woman to shoot, to use deadly force against an unarmed man that was attacking her, because there's a large enough disparity of force just by one being a woman and the other being a man. Other examples are, you're trained in martial arts. It's actually a liability, did you know, in a lot of places. If you are trained in martial arts and you're ever in a self-defense situation, they will claim that you were actually the bigger one in the disparity of force calculation because you were the trained martial artist and they were just an average person. Why did you need to use deadly force to protect yourself? That's another thing that modifies the equation. One of the biggest things that modify the disparity of force equation is the number of people. If it's you versus another person, it's equal. If it's you versus two people, and both of those people are unarmed, they win the disparity of force in that situation. 2 on 1, they will probably win. If you believe that you're about to be on the receiving end of a grievous bodily harm, life-threatening bodily harm from those two attackers, many jurisdictions would consider that a valid use of force. Again, I'm talking about the law to illustrate the moral point, that it communicates a larger threat, a more visceral threat, when you have more than one person, when there's a disparity of force. So if it's you alone in an aluminum box that you can't move, and you are surrounded by 20 people that are actively hitting your car, how's that disparity of force working out? And then one of the people walks up right next to you, a couple feet away, with a gun. How does that disparity of force look to you? What kind of threat does that communicate? One that should be morally justified in using force to defend yourself, a greater force to defend yourself, certainly. And honestly, I think this case not going Daniel's way is just clear and obvious evidence of the political tumor that is Austin.
You accidentally used a comma.
It's so clear from a legal perspective for many reasons. One of them being the disparity of force of being surrounded by a bunch of people. Anyway, I'm digressing. But there's
when you were born in the United States.
Anti-justification was that this Foster individual was yelling at the crowd to back up. He was trying to not be an aggressor. So you can't lump him in with some kind of collective guilt in the situation. And this specifically goes to something I say often on this channel, that morality
you gotta say, you have to click
functions
that
at the
one
individual level between
individuals.
individuals based on individual interaction. It doesn't function at the collective level. And so this is sort of a direct attack you would think at what I often say when I talk about ethics.
Yeah, it talks about lockout, tag out. I do give you a written copy of this as well.
Not always, but often, is co-culpability. So a great analogy is if two people go into a gas station to rob the gas station. And while one of the people is dealing with the cashier getting the money, the other person who has the gun, the only gun, let's say, in this situation, shoots somebody that was getting rowdy or even accidentally shoots somebody. Both people are often charged with the murder, even though one of them didn't even have a gun. Why? Because they were both causal in the situation happening. They both participated in the crime. They were co-culpable, co-conspirators in the crime. You charge the getaway driver for the bank robbers too. They were just driving a car though. Come on. Come on. Co-conspiratorship is what we're talking about. And so when you have a bunch of people surrounding a car that have been marching together for several hours around a unified cause, they're working together, and that group of people traps somebody, imprisons somebody, then from a perspective of the person in the car, there's a lot of co-conspirators around trapping you in, including the guy standing right next to your door, escalating the situation by having a gun visibly displayed as a crime, as the crime of imprisonment was happening. So you have an increase of disparity of force, escalated by the existence of a gun. You have a bunch of people working together to imprison the guy, including the guy that was standing right next to the other people imprisoning the guy. And so we could even give him the benefit of the doubt. Look, let's say that all the things were true. He helps the homeless every day. He's actually a good guy. He's actually a libertarian that understands property rights. Like, all that stuff's good. Like, let's just give him the full benefit of the doubt. He was still marching with, he was still standing next to, he was still participating in the encircling of a car, resulting in the imprisonment of an innocent person. So even if you give him the benefit of all the other doubts, he is working with other people actively, not by his intent that's unknowable in his head, but by his physical action in the world, by planting his body next to all the other people imprisoning the guy. I think that's pretty clear. Do you have any thoughts on it, Christian?
No, I mean, I think this is a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow. But you gave an example when we were kind of going through the notes of, like, say 3 unarmed bank robbers walk into a bank, and they've got a 4th guy with them who happens to be dressed just like them and is following in lockstep with them, but he has an AK, right? The other guys don't have AKs, but they're, telling everybody, all right, we're here for your money. We want to take all of your money. You would be absolutely wild to say that the guy who was in lockstep with them all of a sudden at the end of it could be like, oh, well, I never threatened anybody. I was just holding a gun the whole time. If you don't, here's a word of advice. If you are a part of a group or in a situation where you're worried about being culpable to these things, make it super clear that like you are not participating in or interested in whatever is happening at that time, which means don't do things like approach the vehicle. It means get away from that situation. Don't be there. If you happen to be open carrying in your bank and you just happen to walk in with a bunch of bank robbers, don't stand there. Leave or do something about it. Otherwise, you really risk roping yourself in with all these people, whether or not it's even your expressed intention. I'm sure several of these people had the best of intentions in mind whenever they went out and did the actions that they did. But it doesn't matter. Once the actual act starts going down, you have to be cognizant of these things. You have to be. Otherwise, you're being irresponsible to your own relationship to these situations. Don't do something that would risk escalating or making you culpable for the actions of other people around you if you don't want that to be the case.
Imagine like walking down into a basement where somebody was being imprisoned and held hostage, and you walk up to the door of the cell and you slide open the little viewport thing and you're like, hey man, how's it? And he shoots you through the hole. And your defense, let's say you survive, your defense in court is, I was just trying to talk to him. Like, okay. Libertarian theory of justified force does not rely on perception, Christian.
Mm-hmm.
Perry may have feared for his safety and still be seen as aggressor. Walking towards someone while having a gun is not an inherent aggression, Christian. Therefore, it was a bad shoot. What do you think?
Yeah, so I had a conversation where something like this came up, and I feel like there's a lot of people who are focusing on the threat angle. And what I am most concerned with is the aggression, is the imprisonment, is the whatever you want to call it, the encircling, the caging, the limiting of movement or usage of property, however you want to word that. That is my concern. Now, the first part of the comment, libertarian theory of justified force does not rely on perception, is supposed to be saying that, hey, we're not worried about people's subjective interpretations of these types of things. And Perry may have feared for his life, for his safety, and still been an aggressor because walking towards someone is not an inherent aggression. But what he did do, I am comfortable in saying, is an aggression, which is he limited his ability to use his property. And I'm speaking specifically that Foster limited Perry's ability to use his property. So people are fixating on this idea of, did Foster have any intent to kill Perry, which is almost the reverse, right, of how it kind of went down in court. And it's, again, completely irrelevant to the situation that we're talking about. We're not talking about whether or not he walked up to him with the intent to shoot him. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that he was directly participating in the detainment of Perry in his vehicle.
Okay, so a couple more. These are the really meaty ones that are worth your time. Christian, you are crazy, bloodthirsty, heartless, evil for defending Daniel. You're a bootlicker because Daniel is a war slave.
I almost wonder if, like, you know what, we could kill two birds with one stone here. It just, they're distinct, but they come from the same place, right? The idea that look, I've said this a couple of times. If anybody follows me on Twitter, you know, I made a tweet about this the other day. It's like, state bad. Not everything ever associated to the state in any way is always inherently bad, right? If a police officer does his policing thing, yeah, it's pretty bad. But him politely going to the grocery store and paying for goods is not also bad. Engaging in commodity exchange or waving to a neighbor or whatever, or engaging in any of the other consensual interactions of the day-to-day life are not also tainted by that. And not every ethical interaction that somebody's engaged with, if they've ever been associated with the state, which would be the majority of the human or the US population, is bad. We measure these things instanced by the scenario. We don't bring in other outside factors unless they are directly relevant to the scenario itself. And in this case, whether or not Holmes Slice was in the military, by the way, they both were. So I don't even know if this is a real criticism to begin with, but whether or not Perry was in the military.
To answer your question, it's not. This is just inane bullshit that people want to disregard your opinion say.
Yeah, exactly. Whether or not he was in the military doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. We're evaluating these things based on people's actions, their state of mind, their prior actions. Just like all of the good things he did in the past don't matter, the bad things he did in the past, assuming he did proper restitution, which will give him the benefit of the doubt, also don't matter.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's it.
The crazy, bloodthirsty, heartless evil is more so directed at us. It's like, hey, you're trying to make an excuse for people to go out and murder and kill and rape and pillage and just ruin the whole world. And the only thing I can say to that is that, if you watch Disenthrall, you are very familiar with the idea that ethical conclusions do not mean happy conclusions. They do not mean happy endings. They don't mean we slap a bow on the top of it and everybody goes home and feels all warm and fuzzy. What happens is we figure out what was right and what was wrong, and we learn to adjust ourselves to that reality. And that's the case here. You can call me crazy, you can call me bloodthirsty, heartless, evil, whatever you want to call me. At the end of the day, we're just looking for what's right. And if you don't like that, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's the end of it. Hopefully we've done a good job. Look, I guess this will be my closing statement. I've spent like an hour and 15 minutes now ranting about the ethics of the situation and the property rights and blah, blah, blah. Obviously, the common sense that everyone that is thinking about this situation knows, but both sides for their own biases aren't actually just like accepting, is that you need to stay out of the road. Cars drive there. You need to leave other people alone. And that includes cars. And just because you're mad because the police murdered somebody doesn't give you the right to aggress and control other people's free movement. This is common sense. They knew that. Everybody that has seen the story knows that. Get out of the fucking road. Don't surround people in their cars and bang on their car, especially in Texas where everybody's armed. Come on. Like this is the stuff I saved this for the end just because it shouldn't even need to be said, and it doesn't need to be said because everybody already knows it, and everybody that's siding with the dead guy in this situation. Thank you, Foster. In this situation, they're ignoring the obvious common sense of it because they're wanting to side with the BLM commie protesters. I mean. Look, I've done the opposite. I've sided with protesters in conflict situations because I'm trying to be objective, but there's still the common sense of it. But everybody knows the common sense and they're ignoring it because they're politically biased or whatever. Anyway, end of rant. Guys, I'll get Christian, do you have any closing thoughts or did you already kind of give yours?
Don't go to protests. Protests are stupid.
Yes. Yes.
That should be the biggest takeaway out of every. I mean, obviously, the ethical stuff is interesting, and it's a great case for why we need privatized roads, if nothing else. But Jesus, just don't go to these protests. Don't do it, okay?
They do worse than nothing, and I've made that case before. I won't say it again now. Going to protesting does worse than nothing. It actively drains everybody's will to actually do things that'll actually change the world. It gets their energy all out and makes them feel like they did something when they've actually done nothing. And in the case of a lot of these protests that we've seen, most of these protests that we've seen over the past couple of years, the thing that's actually accomplished is additional victims and additional property destruction, which is both a bad thing and in no way restitution and in no way justified by any of the crimes that they're protesting. It's It's absurd. It's useless, and it's really dumb to go to these things armed. It's dumb to be there, but if you're gonna be there, I guess you'd want to be armed. But it's just dumb to be there. Let me say it that way.
Yeah, you're just putting yourself in an awful situation. Like, I could see maybe before all the BLM George Floyd stuff, most protests were okay. They were pretty milquetoast, right? But like the standard has kind of been set at this point. Just don't. I know this was their experiment in getting extra rowdy and getting extra involved, but I just don't. That would be my biggest advice from all of this. Do something good with that time and energy and effort and, literally anything else. I don't know, knit a sweater. Just don't go.
Yeah, I definitely want to clarify. It is not dumb to be armed at a protest. It is dumb to be at a protest.
Right.
That's what I meant. I had something else, but I lost it. All right, cool. We'll leave it there.
Sorry.
Guys, hey, we kept it under 2 hours because we love you.
Woohoo!
Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out in the comments. Thanks for coming over from YouTube. If you think we're wrong, hit us up on Discord. Happy to have a conversation about it. Happy to talk through any of this. Happy to be challenged. Happy to be proven wrong on the subjectivity of threats. Hit me up on Discord. Not in the video comments. Nothing good has ever come out of comments on a video. Hit me up for a real conversation. We can chat about it in real time or talk on voice, whatever, in real time. Those are when the real good thinking happens. All right. Thanks, everybody. Christian, anything else?
That's it. Y'all take it easy.
Kick ass. Bye. That's a terrible sign out. Let me try that again.
Kick ass.
Kick ass.
No, remember, you've been disenthralled. That's
Oh,
what we're doing
no!
now. That's what we're doing now. It's a thing.
Are we?
No.
All right. You've been disenthralled. Hey.
What's up, y'all? It's FM out here with Michigan Constitutional Crusader. We're out here in Hamtramck, Michigan. Gonna do a little window shopping, a little urban hiking, a little downtown virtual tour. What's up, man? How's it going? All right, man. Out for an afternoon walk. Oh, yeah? Nice, man. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate it, man. This one will be out tonight or tomorrow. We'll see what happens. All right, brother. Oh, it is a puppy. Well, he's a little high-strung.
How you doing?
He is a little high-strung. That's Sam.
Yeah, what's up, Sam?
That's Sam.
How you doing?
How you doing, Sam?
Yeah.
How you doing, Sam?
Nothing. Just walking by.
Why?
You can see the dog.
Why? Okay, cool.
But we're doing it from public, so. Why not?
Why?
You want to plug your business? Why are you wearing that hat? Why are you wearing that hat? Why are you wearing that shirt? Why are you wearing a long sleeve shirt underneath that shirt? Why do you own a dog? Do you want to ask some more stupid questions? Because I got tons of them I can ask you. Why are you in Because I feel like it.
Why are you in Hamtramck?
Wow. That's crazy.
Came back time.
What, bro? Oh, you're scared of my camera? That's so funny.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
No. You're just giving approval to where if we ever need to do it. Yeah, that's not required.
Have a great day, guys.
You do.
And
Yeah, no worries.
everything else is taken care of.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
What's
both
wrong
the
with that?
background
You
and
don't like his
the
hat?
screen, they're not required for
You don't
this
like his
position,
hat?
but if for some reason we're
Isn't
moving
it?
into a spot that does
I
require
know.
it, or if you appear intoxicated at work, you've given us permission to
Free advertising.
have you do it.
Free
And
advertising.
then if you refuse,
Free
it's just like,
advertising.
now we consider cannabis
yeah,
the same as alcohol.
We're
Okay? Just like we wouldn't expect you to come in after drinking.
We're selling
we
free
wouldn't want you
advertising.
coming in after consuming any cannabis.
Yeah, was that
Don't
was that
use
a
it,
stab at us
break,
being white?
save it from-
Was that a stab at us being white?
I'm not
Two
saying you
diverse
do or don't
communities.
use. I'm just
What the
saying
hell's
that's
wrong
the
with you?
rules. Okay? I mean, I carry
Oh,
no.
definitely. Go on Google and leave them a one
What I
star.
do. But I don't before work because I can't
Yeah, it was
function
very
work
racist.
properly without it, and especially in a position you're going to be in where you're going to be around machinery and stuff like that.
No conflict.
All right.
Well, tell her to go away.
Let me
I
pause.
know. Life is uncomfortable, isn't it?
Not on your property.
I'm on a sidewalk, lady. Are you crazy?
Y'all need to get off my property.
We're not on your property, lady.
You're harassing me.
We're not harassing you.
Shut the door and don't do that anymore.
Shut the door and go back to doing what you was doing. You gonna call 911?
Yeah, she's calling 911.
Waste your city's resources. Good job, Karen. Good job, Karen. You don't see the benefit of what?
Obviously not.
Hey,
Look, what conflict? She started the conflict.
No, you're just lying to them. You know that's a offense.
We're not in your business. We're not in your business. We're on a sidewalk. Clown.
They're both filming me and they're wearing pretty offensive.
What am I wearing that's offensive? My shirt says Levi, Karen.
This is
They're
offensive. Are
complaining
you
about
mad?
ceramic being too diverse.
Wow.
They said it used to be all Polish, so feeling quite.
What a quack.
He's actually Polish. That's ironic.
Two white males, probably like 70.
She has no judge of age.
Oh, I think she was trying to take a poke at us, I think.
Pitiful.
They just started filming
There's
my
no,
dog
how do we put the film in this? There's no
They were
film
both-
in
they
it.
had their cameras right in my business.
Quit lying. Quit lying, Karen. Quit lying, Karen. You're lying. Karen, you're lying. Stop.
That's called filing false.
Nobody was in your business, Karen. It's called America, and I'm free to walk up and down the sidewalk if I want to.
No, but I'm actually being serious. Why are you guys in Hamtramck?
Because I want to be. Is that good enough of an answer for you? Or do you require more?
Do you live in Hamtramck?
That's none of your business.
Well, I'm curious.
I know. Curiosity killed the cat, though, didn't it?
Polish.
Curiosity killed the cat, right?
I'm just curious, like if you're Polish.
I'm not Polish, no.
Well, you're Polish, right?
Yep.
So are you from Hamtramck?
I was born in Detroit, but my grandparents used to live there. I used to come to the festival every year.
Yeah, same. So do you not come to the festival anymore?
I haven't been for a few years because I live far away. I wanted to come back to the city, see how things are going.
And what do you think about how the city's going?
I'm not going to comment on that. That's a loaded question.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just sincerely curious because,
I mean, there's a lot of closed businesses, which is sad.
well, what I'm trying to say is that there's actually, the reasons for the businesses being closed here is because the landlords here have raised the rent so high that nobody can come in and open anything.
Really?
So it's actually a pretty big issue here.
Right.
Because I have a lot of friends who've opened a lot of businesses in Detroit, but they can't afford to open a business here.
That's crazy.
So that's actually the government. The government in Hamtramck doesn't have any regulations with that, and it's not just the landlord. It's also the parking meters too. They put up parking meters that automatically take pictures of your car. You guys might actually be getting a ticket right now. I don't know if you know how to use them.
No, we paid to park.
Well, that's stripping away business too.
For sure.
So that's
Oh, yeah.
actually made a lot of business close. So
That and the C-19 thing closed down a lot of businesses too.
Mhm.
what's that?
When the governor said you had to shut your business down, a lot of people couldn't afford to be closed.
And couldn't reopen
A
afterward.
lot of businesses all across the state that are never going to be open again because of that.
Well, yeah.
See, these are all issues that should be brought to the light of the community so the community knows what's going on. Huh? No, you're incorrect. Michigan's a one-party state. And that's only required in private. In public, I don't need anybody's consent to record. That's actually the law. You should read the law. It's a one-party consent state. If me and you are in public or in private having a conversation, I can record that conversation because I'm part of it. I don't need your consent. Out here on a public sidewalk, I can record whatever I want with no one's permission.
But we can see you from public. Anything we can see
Pardon me?
from public, we can record.
I mean, I don't care if I'm being recorded. I'm like, whatever.
It's what? Well, she's recording. She said she was recording, right?
I mean, I literally don't care if I'm being recorded. I'm not, like, whatever. I mean,
Well, then you should probably have the blinds closed so nobody can see in the business because people have dash cams on their cars.
it's illegal to have the blinds.
I'd like that you express your opinion, so it's great for you, but it's a little confrontational.
But we didn't cause a confrontation. We didn't come in your business. You came out.
No,
See the difference?
It's confrontational to be, you had your.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not confrontational.
Yeah, I was admiring the dog.
What if I was from across the world and I happened to be in Hamtramck and I wanted to tour the town and I was just a tourist, right? Okay.
Anyway, so
It's not confrontation. It's facts. It's facts. Not based on feelings. Not based on feelings. Based on the law.
Okay. I want to talk to you. If I didn't know, he's like. So I'm actually just curious.
What did she say?
What are you guys doing in Hamtramck? Are you like looking for information about businesses that are? Well, here's your friend.
Yeah, $3. No, the cops aren't your friends. The cops aren't your friends.
Well, they're your friends.
No, they're not my friends.
You just said you were friends with the
I did not say I was friends with the police.
They were friendly up in Madison.
Yeah, Madison Heights, they were friendly. Absolutely.
It's okay. I've been chatting with them. It was just like sort of an aggressive situation. They had these cameras in my face, but
Wrong. We had our cameras on a sidewalk.
you want to go inside and speak? The cameras were in my window.
No.
Well, the window's closed.
No, it's okay. I mean, like, they're fine.
I'll walk away.
No, oh no, oh no. Oh my god, hurry up. No, you guys stop. Everyone stop. No one move. Come here, buddy. Come here. Graham, come here. Wait, let me get it straight. Nobody move.
Ooh, that was close.
That was close. Don't want to see a puppy get ran over.
I was just approached by them. But we were talking, and it's fine. It was just, they had their cameras in my window, and I asked them to stop filming me, and I asked them, why are you filming me? They said they were doing it because the viewers like reaction.
Oh, she couldn't tell the truth if it smacked her in the face, I swear. What's that?
You want to tell me what's going on? Or like,
Oh yeah, man. We were just walking down the sidewalk and we seen the puppy and the puppy was barking at us. So we were standing, like this right here on the sidewalk. And then she came out and started making comments about, you might want to stop him. He's going to go over there and tell him he can't record.
No, he can't.
Okay.
He's just putting down our computers.
Oh, okay. Good deal. Good deal. Cool.
Cool.
So yeah, we stopped. Yeah. And we were just recording. She came out and she started asking us a bunch of questions. She started making some comments about diversity and trying to insinuate because we was white that we was doing this for some purpose. And she was upset over his hat. And we was trying to tell her, look, lady, we're on the sidewalk. We're lawfully allowed to walk up and down and take pictures. And if you don't want us to be seen, you got blinds. Close your blinds. And
It's a business.
I think she's a bit frustrated and probably a little in her feelings right now, and she keeps making it about things that it's not about. So, I mean, she could have easily have just went back inside and we'd have been on our way, but she wanted to stay here and continue talking and question, and we obliged.
You guys have every right to, right?
That's right, man.
Nothing wrong with that.
That's right.
No, and yeah, you guys are like I said, doing every legal right to walk up and down.
Yeah. We're not gonna. She kept trying to tell dispatch that we was in her business, but we was never in her business. We know we're not gonna go into any private businesses that don't want us in there.
You guys know if they ask you to leave.
That's right. That's right. We know what we can and can't do, guys. I'm sure you know who we are. We've been to your city hall and the police department once, I think.
Do you mind if I just get your guys' name, say that we talked to you guys?
Yeah, my friends call me Spanky Pants.
Spanky Pants.
Yeah.
You have like an ID or something I can just write down?
The only ID I got is this one. That's the only ID I got.
Okay.
That's the only ID I got on me, man.
My camera was already facing this way, so probably not.
Date birth, Spanky Pants?
The day I was born. There you go.
I'll try to edit that out.
They haven't done anything wrong. We can't do anything.
Okay.
So, Mr. Spanky Pants, you got a phone number?
1-800 fuck you.
Yeah, my phone number's the same too.
Your phone number's the same too? All right.
See, and that's a Fourth Amendment right. I have the right to be secure in my persons, my properties, and my papers, and I don't have to reveal my identity unless I've committed a crime. What's that? I know. Go back inside. It's okay. You don't have to be out here with us. But normally, if I'm uncomfortable with the situation, I take myself out of it, and I go somewhere I feel a little better. I know.
Same phone number?
Yeah, man. All right. Y'all have a good one, man. Everybody's dismissed. Everybody can go back to work. Everybody's 10-8.
You'll have to figure that out. Sorry.
Yeah, I know, right? Trying to figure out how to get our ID. It's like crack. I swear it's like crack. Oh, yeah. Not going to happen. Cat open? Yeah, I seen that. Well, the guy I was talking to, I told him, I was like, you might want to go stop your partner there. He's going to be coming and can't record outside his vehicle. He's like, no, he's good. He can record. He's just going to close the computer. It's like, good. You guys know that. Yeah. I love that statement. Oh, get my battery. Oh, I better plug it in before I die. Oh, yeah. I don't know if that can happen. Somewhere here. All those ladies got all in their feelings and called them. She says she rents it. Uh-huh. Okay. No, I'm not from here. Oh, okay. Well, she was all upset we were recording. Then she had to put her business out there and be like, well, I'm an LGBTQ supporting member or whatever. And I'm like, lady, I wouldn't have known that had you not told me. Yeah. Yeah, he's educated. He got on the phone, the tall cop. He was on the phone. He was trying to get her ID. What's your name? What's your birthday? I'm like, this is the only ID I got. Flip them off. They're like, well, what's your phone number? I said, 1-800-FUCK-YOU. Support the American. That's right. You're damn skippy without being stopped by the Gestapo and being ID. Where's your papers? You know what I mean? This is America. I have a Fourth Amendment right to be private and secure my personal properties and papers and not give you my ID. This is my state class. We've been here since 1930. Nice. Oh yeah. 1930. Hell yeah. And before we were here, well, before they were here, it was down the street from town. Oh, nice. Been in business since 1920. Hell yeah. Stable. Hell yeah. Wow. Rude. And they really hate when the cops can't do it. They really. Well, that's what's worse. When the cops get mad, they can't do anything because they hate what we do. They hate that we come out with our cameras and make sure. Making a documentary. We're just doing a downtown tour. Just walking around checking out the downtown. You know what I mean?
My grandparents used to live here. I was born in Detroit. I used to be here all the time. You know, now it's just ridiculous. But that's exactly what it was. That was that girl. Yeah. Hey, Smith, if you run Tater Salad, I'll bet you'll get my real name.
I bet you will.
Really?
You probably will.
I'll look into it. I've been doing this for 3 years. We're known.
Yeah, we're pretty well known.
Oh, I mean, the way you guys answered mine, I can't wait to see you.
Just have to stay please.
Did you enjoy my answers?
Listen, I wrote them down.
I love it. I love it.
Hand that to your sergeant when you get back.
I'm like, what if we would have been just some tourists from across the world? You know what I mean? See you guys. Yeah, I'm like, what if we'd have been tourists from around the world just checking out this area and you come out like this? You're not a good representative of your community or your business.
You come
I was
here
talking to Zoom.
on any given day, and there is busloads. Not so much down on this end, but you go down on that end, like where the Polish Cultural Center is, and places like that. And there is busloads
questions?
of out-of-towners that show up to come here.
Yep.
They may not come here,
Right.
but they are definitely.
Most of them are pretty much common sense.
Right. They're still coming to Hamtramck.
Oh, they're definitely coming.
I'll go over with you.
Just because their business doesn't benefit from that, they're upset. Well, choices you make in life, they have consequences in every facet of your life.
You could call the police on you guys.
I know, right? They come in hot.
Sign
She was all telling me, making up all kinds of lies on the phone.
As soon as they got out of the car, she's like, "Oh, fine." Because she calmed down and we had a quarter conversation.
Yeah.
She was going to work. She got herself worked.
She was all up in her feelings.
Yeah.
And I tried to tell her, this isn't about feelings. This is about the law, what's lawful, what I'm allowed to do by the law. It's in here.
Before 9. Now, before 5 now, 9. Now 9. Yeah.
No 5?
No, this is 9 now.
Oh, it's a 9.
Yeah,
Okay. 1009, Josh Campo. Okay, cool, man. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. You have a great day. Excuse me.
And Yep, just initials on this one here.
Wow, what happened here?
Public, fuck you.
Well, I don't give a fuck who you are.
I don't give a fuck who you are.
Come around me, motherfucker.
What do you take pictures for? You like fucking feel like it.
A lot of fucking's going on around here.
Fuck yeah, there are.
Because he's an asshole. That's why.
No, that's not harassment. You're incorrect. You should actually learn the law.
Take pictures. I don't care.
You should actually learn the law.
But I asked him, who are you? Who was he?
But he's not required to tell you.
No?
No.
Okay,
Not at all.
But I don't give a shit.
Okay.
Take your fucking time. You could be signing up to rob my ass.
Well, I've never seen robbers stand out in front of a business with a camera and record it before they robbed it. So.
But they'll let you know.
You can make all the insinuations and assumptions you want, but don't mean they're right. You people, who's you people?
You and him.
What? You people, you and him.
Anytime you
What
want
about
to
us?
use
What about us?
scoop on another ingredient, you always want to get it sanitized.
So take your little punk ass back
They'll-
inside. Fuck you, motherfucker. Fuck you. Do something stupid. Do something stupid, you tough motherfucker.
I'm no knife because you be shot.
Do something stupid, you toughies. Go back inside, dude. Go back inside. I would if I could, but I can't, so I got married.
You put your hand on something, you be shot.
Oh, shut up. Go back inside, dude. Leave people on the sidewalk alone.
Is always
Leave people on the sidewalk alone.
Okay.
Damn.
Like I said, doesn't matter how many you miss as long as I go over with you. Red bags and brushes are for raw materials.
Whoa! That dude just pulled his junk out in the window.
No earrings. You can't wear anything. Reason being is they don't want the piercings to end up in the product by accident.
The dude just stood up in the window right there and pulled his junk out and flapped his tallywhacker around. Oh my gosh.
But they'll give you a hairnet and stuff like that. And a beard net.
What is
I haven't found a beard net that can contain this shit though.
What is wrong with people? Wow.
I got bored standing there waiting.
I know.
I'm gonna just
I had to buy something. You know what I'm saying? I had to buy something from the guy. He was super nice. I like supporting small business.
You know, it seems silly, but you have to wear a hairnet even if
That
you're
is
bald.
crazy.
Because bald people can still
That
get
is
dandruff.
crazy. Dude's got anger issues. Dude's got
I used to
serious
shave
anger
my
issues.
head. I yelled
Without
at him
question.
going
Yeah,
back
he
there.
did.
But the Constitution and federal case law
So
protect
one's right.
all
Now
verbal to police.
the
Numbnuts,
trail
dipcats,
data
and
sheet
even
from the
moonwalker,
break.
munchkin motherfucker.
Okay, so you have
They are
access.
all allowed.
No glass at all. Products in the because what happens is if a glass breaks, it gets everywhere in little bits. Sometimes it can end up in the product. That's why they don't want you to bring any glass items in this.
Oh, okay.
And as far as treating wounds and stuff like that, they have a team to deal with that because there's special cleanup and stuff like that. Okay. If a bag lands on the ground, it goes into an animal feed container. Basically, what they'll do is they'll open up all the packages and just mix it all together, and it goes to like pig farms and stuff. Just so it doesn't get wasted.
Okay.
Everything else good? All right. You said which shift were you interested in? Second?
Yeah, second.
Now, do you understand the uniform?
Yeah.
It's plain jeans or like Dickie type work pants are fine. Plain white T-shirt, and you do have to have steel-toe boots or shoes. Do you have those?
Yep.
Okay. Well, when did you want to get started?
As soon as possible.
Okay. So Monday?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll set you up for Monday. Do you know where the facility is?
No.
Okay. It's the underlined address right there on top of that, the handbook I gave you. It's the very top address. You might want to swing by on the way home. It's not too far. That way you familiarize yourself with it. Second shift starts at 3:30 p.m.
3:30?
Yep. It goes to 2 a.m. All right. They'll show you how to fill out the time card and everything. You'll just print your name legibly and then just put IES or impact on there. Okay. Let them know that we sent you. Okay. I'll email them ahead of time. Let them know you're coming. Okay. You have any questions?
What does it start at?
The base pay for first shift is 14, but second shift gets $1 differential, so that would be 15 for second shift.
Oh, okay.
Okay, just 1 second. Any other questions?
No.
What about direct deposit? Did you have a bank or something you wanted to use?
Yeah.
I
could do it on the phone thing.
Yep, I'm gonna send you a little thing. You'll log in using the same thing you created today, and you just fill it out. It's a direct deposit sheet.
Is it on the piece of paper like the app is called?
Well, it's not even an app. I'll send you an email. It'll go right to the email that you put in the system, and you'll just click on it, and it'll ask you to log in using your user ID and password.
Okay.
Okay, and then you just fill out the direct deposit sheet. there's an insurance form there that I'm going to send you as well, but it's up to you whether or not you want to fill that out.
Okay.
If you want the insurance, I mean, if you do a good job and you show up, every day, they're probably going to want to hire you in after about 3 to 4 months. So,
Okay.
and believe me, just about everybody that's full time there now started with us. So it's as long as you show up and you show some initiative every day, it won't take long.
Do which car go to like
pay?
Yeah. Like,
when you get hired in, heck yeah. I mean, I've never seen anybody turn down getting hired in.
Okay.
So, all right. Any other questions?
No.
All right, I'll get that sent to you right away. And just like I said, your first check, if you start Monday, which is the 17th, your first check will be the 28th, and then every Friday after that.
Okay.
We don't hold a check back, but the work week starts on Monday and ends on Sunday. So we pay the immediate Friday afterwards. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
All right. If you have any questions you might have forgot or anything like that, feel free to give me a call. Just call the office number or text the office number. If you're ever not going to be able to make it into work, just text the office number. Okay? That's the number there. Now, the website that you were working on, if you ever want to check your pay stubs, is right here. It used to be printed on the back of these, but the last time we had these cards printed, they didn't do it. So we got them for free, but now I got to use them up. So I write it down now for you. And you know the US user ID and password you set up. So look for that email. You should be getting it in a few minutes, but just fill it out whenever you're able to. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you, man.
And then how much like strikes? Like how much strikes until you like run up or?
You mean like points?
Yeah.
It's completely up to the client. If they, if you have good reason for not being able to make it in or things like that, it's up to them. That's why they use us, because it's at will employment. If they want to, if you have bad attitude or if you just, your work ethic isn't all that great, they can just literally say, go home. But I don't see that happening very much. I mean, usually folks, that want to work, want to get paid for the work they do a good job. So it's completely up to the client.
Okay.
Okay. All right, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Second shift starting on the 17th. Like I said, I'll send you that email in just a few minutes, but you can fill it out whenever you have a chance. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, good luck. Or if you have any more questions or anything like that, feel free to just text me. It's easiest to text me because a lot of times I'm not answering the phone while I'm in the middle of talking to you because it's rude. If that person would text me, I would text them back with whatever question they have. Okay.
You said this one, right?
Yep, the one that's underlined, 15610 South Telegraph. Yep.
Okay.
It's right next to Paul's Collision Center. It's like an Enterprise Rent-A-Car and Collision Center. It's right next door to it. So the address is there's a big sign with the address out front though.
Okay.
All right. You'll go in the front building. You'll make an immediate left. You'll hit the buzzer because it's a secure entrance. They'll let you into the break area. Just say, hey, known for my IS. And
okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck.
Is there?
Yep. Back corner over there.
Thank you.
I missed the flashing. Can I see it again, guys?
She was all up in her feelings.
Yeah.
And
Here we go.
you should actually learn the law.
But I asked him, who are you? Who are you?
But he's not required to tell you.
No?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
But I don't give a shit.
Okay.
Take your fucking time. You could be signing up to rob my ass.
Well, I've never seen robbers stand out in front of a business with a camera and record it before they robbed it. So, I mean, you can make all the insinuations and assumptions you want, but don't mean they're right. You people, who's you people?
You and him.
What? You people, you and him. What about us? What about us? Exactly. So take your little punk ass back inside. Fuck you, motherfucker. Fuck you. Do something stupid. Do something stupid, you tough motherfucker. Do something stupid, you toughie. Go back inside, dude. Go back inside. I would if I could, but I can't, so I got married. Oh, shut up and go back inside, dude. Leave people on the sidewalk alone. Leave people on the sidewalk alone. Damn. Whoa! That dude just pulled his junk out in the window. Oh my gosh! The dude just stood up in the window right there and pulled his junk out and flapped his tallywhacker around. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Cut that out, obviously.
What is
Little blur right there.
what is wrong with people? Wow.
I got bored standing there waiting.
I know.
I'm gonna just
I had to buy something. You know what I'm saying? I had to buy something from the guy. He was super nice. I like supporting small business. That is crazy. That is crazy. Dude's got anger issues. Dude's got serious anger issues. Without question. Yeah, he did.
With the Constitution and federal case.
Hey, did you guys get the notifications of this live? Did you guys get the notifications of this live? Because I hit live twice. I heard you can only get 3 a day. I hit live twice and I posted a video today. So I deleted the other lives because it was buffing in there. It's so sad. I just did a great ass audit in there. I had to make a static video on that. No, you didn't get a notification? Notification, yes. Okay, I'm confused. I just got one on my screen. Raggle Monkey has trial today. Okay, what's up, everybody? I wish I can go in there live. I don't know. I'm gonna try it again. Maybe if I hit another floor. He's on the 4th floor. Trial is not yet right now. He had to meet up with his lawyer. Look, bullshit news is here. That's for Raggle Monkey's trial. Thank you guys for joining in, man. Damn, I wish I can go in. That courthouse is going bananas. There's snowflakes, Darrens, you name it. You know, I did a pretty cool ass video on that shit, man. All right, so you guys stay tuned for that. What's new in America and in Miami? You know what I mean? You guys, thank you guys for joining in. I'm outside the courthouse right now. I just wanted to hit you guys up and let you know what's going on, what happened to my lives. I went twice in there. It was buffing in the middle of a cool interaction. I was very heartbroken. I'm sad right now. I came out here to cry and smoke a cigarette because, you know, I got buffed, bro, in the middle of an interaction that you guys were
Start recording and stop going live
this
every
is why
time.
I went live because, you know, I
Buffing.
just wanted to express out my feelings. And that shit, it's a heartbroken feeling, you know, when I can't catch something that's really good and it buffs. But anyways, guys, thank you for joining in here. I don't know what time it is right now. I think it's like 10 or 11 something Eastern time here in Miami. His trial is at 2:30, if I'm not mistaken. I think 2:30, 3:30. I think it's 2:30. Let's see what's going on. It is a little nerve-wracking, of course. If you guys haven't seen the video of Raggle Monkey getting arrested in the Sweetwater Police Department, he was like, I should say 200 feet away. You know, he didn't say a word. He was filming and doing a cop watch, you know, peacefully. And the cop didn't want to be filmed and didn't want him to film the interaction. And he just walked up to him, didn't say a word, put the handcuffs on them and kidnapped them and cased them up. So this is what the trial is about. What's up, Pink Taco? What's up, everybody? Outlaw, what's up, man? I'm a little upset. I am a little nervous. I know I want the best for my homeboy. You know, I don't know. I would be nervous if I was him. I haven't asked him. You know, he has his lawyer there. I met his lawyer. So this is the trial right now. They're picking a jury, you know, for this situation and this court, this trial right here. And I want to try to go back in there, man. But you know what, man? Like, it's gonna buff, bro. Like, it's a huge courthouse. It has like 1,000 fucking floors. You know, um, I don't know. Maybe I can try at the floor that he's in. Maybe it's just the bottom floor. I don't know. I would love to go live and wow, this is happening. But
Have you ever been to the villages in Florida?
well, yeah, guys.
Oh my
I
God,
just wanted to
it's
come out here
scary.
and smoke a cigarette and chat with you guys and let you know what's going on. Oh, I left my lighter in the other side of the building. Fuck. We're gonna take a quick walk, guys, because I left my lighter in the other side of the building. There's a bunch of tyrants over here. It's sprinkling. We are at the courthouse, the main courthouse in downtown Miami. We're on 12th Ave. So you know what? Since we got plenty of time to kill, you know, he's up there talking to his lawyer. Excuse the wind noise, guys. I'm not really reading that much of the chats right now because it is sprinkling. So I'm reading it as I go. I'm sorry if I ignore you. So yeah, guys, we're over here. Backing up Raggle Monkey. Prayers go out to Raggle. If he goes to jail and something happens, there's gonna be a crazy ass protest. This isn't gonna be over. He needs to appeal it. I told him to appeal it, instantly. Because he was. I'm serious. He didn't say a word. Feel me? 200 feet away, and tyrants being tyrants. They just put the handcuffs on him. I don't know if you guys seen that video, but it happened. I think a couple months ago. So this is what we're here for. This is the main nasty jail right here from Miami, Florida. The real main, the head honcho jail that's really disgusting, really old. I seen white cockroaches in there. White cockroaches. White roaches in there. I seen miniature mouses and rats in there. Like it's a shithole. It's an extreme dungeon, blue dungeon. This is the hell. This is hell, I should call it. Right here. This is it. All right. So I want to see if my lighter's here because I did went in and you can't have lighters in the building. They usually snatch the lighters outside.
Yes.
Every time I leave it outside.
Yes.
So
We went over that, I think.
There you go. Bingo. Oh my God, does it work? Did it get wet? Hold on. All right. Guys, give me a second. I need to puff a cigarette. I need to light a cigarette. We're going to walk around for a little bit here. I'm going to go in this public defender's office that's 1 block away that they had a meltdown. And we're just gonna over here and support Raggle Monkey. I wish I can go in there live, man. And Cat Ping Taco. What's up, Cody? Outlaw Audits, my homie, what's up? So I'm just killing time. All you guys over here. Shout out to my brother Jay. May he rest peacefully. He's right here watching. What up, Wolverine? Wolverine, Raggle Monkey has trial for filming 200 feet away without saying a word. He got arrested for it. His trial date is right now, right here. I tried to go in the building, but it started buffing big time. I do want to take the, I'm going to try to go live again when his trial is going on and sitting in the courtroom. Supposedly I'm not allowed to film in there, but you know,
Her who?
where there's a will, there's a way. If I'm saying that right. So this is the prosecutor's building, prosecutor's office.
That's why I said no problem. I'm just scared, and I don't regret trying to tell you, but I don't want to be a part of it.
What's up, man?
I don't want to.
No, everybody's got multiple sides. I mean, I get it. There's
Let's
a
see if I buff
human.
in here. If I buff in
You
here,
hope
I'm
that
gonna walk out.
there's
But
some
don't
human
leave
behind
the chat.
everybody, you know.
Okay? Don't leave the chat if I buff.
Now I'm trying to figure that out still.
Who are you, bro? Who are you, homeboy? Who are you, bro?
So, yeah, anyway, so then after that, we, so like that's the way that they try to attack.
Hey, who is that guy? Does he work here? He don't work here? All right, I'm putting this down real quick. How you people doing today? You doing good? No, I'm talking to you. Hello? I can't be no more polite than this. All right, well, I'm gonna put my stuff here. You know what I'm about. You know what I'm about. I'm just taking pictures. What is that it? I'm not supposed to take pictures? Why? Who told you that?
Oh, it wasn't me.
Who told you I can take pictures here? Yeah, but I can film. I'm gonna film. What's your name, man? What's your name? Hey, you do. You're a government contractor. Yeah. You're giving me bullshit. No problem, bro. Absolutely.
Park? I'll look it up.
No lighters in buildings, because there's a threat. No lighters in buildings. Thank you, bro. I want to turn. We're not going through this no more. Not stop it.
Come on.
Don't become the star. Don't become the star again.
No, but I can't have you film. My victims.
Is that a law? Is that a law?
They can't be filmed.
Is that a law?
Means?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Come on.
So come on.
Let's go.
Okay.
Hey, go upstairs, have Frank.
This is a public building.
Yeah.
Yes, I can. Don't step in my face.
You can't film.
Can you step away from my face?
Okay.
Can you step away from my face? Yes, I can. This is a public building.
No.
It's my.
You have right.
So respect it.
You cannot
Respect
film
it.
people that don't want to be filmed. You understand?
You're a feelings enforcer.
No, that's what the law says.
What law is that?
Read the law.
Well, I already read it.
I
already did. It's the First Amendment.
You're not gonna film.
What's your name again? I forgot it. Tamaya. You've been on film a lot. On.
Come on.
Come on, don't bully me out of here. I'm not. I need to do a public record request.
Okay.
It's my
Everybody lies on occasion.
You know,
Oh yeah.
you know what? The former cave, a back door.
I am not.
This is a public building. They don't have expectation of privacy. You're violating your
I love
rights.
drinking, man.
You're live on the internet. Listen, I come peacefully. I come you're three. How am I doing it?
Because
You're
don't want to be.
what? I haven't even filmed anybody yet.
So you are not.
You are a lieutenant, right?
No,
What?
I'm
The chief?
I'm the chief.
The chief, and I'm coming peacefully.
Not going to film my witnesses.
We'll tell you. We'll go. This is public building. Case versus Cummings.
Okay, I haven't researched that.
Well, you should. You're a chief. This is my First Amendment protected activity. I have my in a public area, a building that we pay for.
You cannot film witnesses,
Yes.
victims, or
The
people that
witness. What law is that? Witnesses don't have expectation of privacy in a public building.
Yes, they
Oh, I
do.
get it.
Don't. Tamayas, listen.
Men thinking that they can be women as well.
Listen.
Get the name right.
What?
Tamayo.
Tamayo.
I mean,
You are wrong, and you're not
I don't
looking
care
good
what,
right now.
how you are or how you act. Just keep
You're
it
not
away
gonna
from
look
kids.
back?
That's all I care about.
I'm there to
You know?
enforce.
No.
Whoa. And he's done.
Put your hand in your back now. I'm not resisting. Put your hand in your back now. Relax. Relax.
Kooky. Kooky. Oh, Flex is going live again at 4:30. Oh, anytime now. Boob Inspector. Department of Titillations. He's not live yet. Oh no, I get it. It does help. Okay, we're going to leave this ready to go because I don't see him doing it. But let's see. Who is this? Russell? Let's see. Russell from today.
Do you think that this ongoing carnival that surrounds Trump is an emblem of the ongoing inability to address the systemic problems that created Trump in the first place? And will you tie into that a little, because of your personal experience and understanding of Bernie Sanders, how a centralist and establishment politics, in particular, in this case, obviously the Democrat Party, have a vested interest in crushing voices that resonate with ordinary people, whether or not you believe those voices to be legitimate and effective?
Look, I do believe there is a way to confront Trump, to say, if you're someone who's invested in him not becoming president, to make sure that that's a reality by occupying the space that he occupied so effectively in 2016. The reason that Trump was able to be so effective was because there was, in fact, a void of politicians who were willing to call out the corruption of both our corporatized political parties. In America, we only had two choices.
My family circle.
And although many on the
Well, I
left
know, I
would
get it.
say that Trump's
Everyone knows
critiques
their place
corporate politics, of the swamp, et cetera,
in the
were made
hierarchy.
in bad faith, and that his tenure
And I
in
respect
the
my
White House
wife, but she
proved that he
knows
didn't
her
really
place.
have any real commitment to addressing some of the foundational policies he talked about on the campaign trail.
She's
It
the
is
queen.
true that when he was campaigning in 2016, he was talking about things that were real vulnerabilities for Hillary Clinton, talking
The
about
shield
things like
maiden.
trade deals to send American jobs overseas, talking
Strong.
about how unseemly it was that Hillary Clinton had this close
She knows
relationship with the banks.
that
And
I'm
as
there to
a
be
former
the
colleague of
stronger.
mine, Nathan Robinson at Current Affairs Magazine, pointed out in a really prescient article in early 2016, in some ways that was a perfect matchup. Hillary Clinton's vulnerabilities against Donald Trump's strengths, and her also inability to hit him on his weaknesses because they were shared weaknesses. And Bernie Sanders represented a version of Trump, somebody who, because he spent so many years as an independent operating outside of the Democratic Party, critiquing the Democratic Party and its excesses, someone who ran, was the only candidate who was running without taking any corporate donations, was really free to make the kind of arguments Trump was arguing and potentially actually land the punch when he was in office. And that was a real threat to the Democratic Party. And so you saw similar maneuvers to rig that primary and keep Bernie out of a general election context, like the ones that you're seeing right now, I think.
It seems like your analysis and the comparisons that you made are a demonstration of the requirement for voices that are outside of the rigid and rigged centralist conventional political system. If we discount the possibility that this case is really about upholding and protecting the law, and I imagine that most of us don't believe that this is really about, what, you used campaign funds to pay hush money? Stop this guy now. If we agree that it's not really about that, it's about stopping Trump, even though it risks amplifying and elevating Trump, I'm talking about this from a neoliberal centrist Democrat perspective, then what is their strategy? Is it that they would, in fact, rather face Trump than DeSantis? Is it that they thought that the Republican Party would implode? Why would they take this course of action, even though we can discount amending their own policies to be truly representative of ordinary Americans? That's not an option. They represent the corporate elites. We know that now. But why this particular strategy?
Yeah, I think it's genuinely confusing because I don't think it's strategically viable. For one, there is an anticipated charges coming out of Georgia, which I think are a much stronger case, a much more substantive case that have to do. It's expected that they will have to do with a call Donald Trump made to the Georgia
no
Secretary
substance
of
to that
State,
case
asking
either.
him to change the election result. And I think it's a big mistake
No,
the
making
Democratic
them
Party has made to
accurate,
make so much
basically.
of the focus of, stop the steal in
I don't give a
2020
fuck about all
and
this, but
1/6 about the
tell the
events that
fucking
happened
truth.
on 1/6 and the kind of optics and the kind of the visceral presentation of people, quote unquote, storming the Capitol,
Copper's always
instead of what I
perverted.
think is much more substantive crime, was
Sorry, you like
which
them.
was the President of the United States trying to call around and lean on state elected officials to come up with fabricated, fake, undemocratic election results. That being said, so that's the one issue. Why not wait for the Georgia case, which is more substantive than the New York case? One answer to that I've heard some people put forward is that the Attorney General Bragg basically is getting it from all sides in New York. Progressives are very unhappy with him because of some tough on crime policies that aren't really geared toward lowering the crime rate in the state, but are punitive and trying to, it seems as a political effort for him to posture and gain more favorability among conservative voters. At the same time, conservative voters don't like him because it's perceived to be, a progressive. He's really something in the middle, and that this is seen as a good political win for him because everybody in New York, or so many people in New York, hate Donald Trump. So this could just be someone screwing the pooch on a local level for their local benefit, despite it having long-term negative implications for the Democratic Party.
Because we know that the Democrat Party have in the past financially supported MAGA candidates in order to intoxicate the electoral pool and elevate them to the forefront of the voters' minds, and indeed to make them the candidate going forward, it's impossible for us to approach an issue like this in good faith. In a sense, Brianna, don't you think this demonstrates how, this literally spectacular contemporary politics has become, that we cannot take these events in good faith, that we have to examine them strategically from the perspective of, as you said, optics and propaganda, because ultimately neither, in my view, political party can be relied upon to meaningfully represent the people they were elected to, and they focus instead with their allies in media on creating more bifurcation and opposition instead of genuinely focusing on improving the lives of ordinary Americans.
I think in some ways the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was to make Americans believe that we live in a bifurcated country. We have open conversations right now. The elected politicians talking about some great separation that's going to happen, and people are drawing maps, carving up the United States of America, as though all of us don't have relatives. Blue people don't have relatives that live in red parts of the country, and vice versa. As though we don't have pockets of blue in states that go blue because of how dense cities are, but have many red people. Conservative leading people in more rural areas. I find that to be really anti-democratic and really anti-American, and a problem, especially because the reality is that when you look at what American voters' priorities are and how they feel about various policies that have been put forward to address those issue areas, there is wide agreement. So you have 7 out of 10 of Americans supporting policies like Medicare for all. You have 62% of Americans supporting a $15 minimum wage. Florida, which went for Trump in 2020, had on its ballot a $15 minimum wage, which passed with 60% of the vote in red Trump country Florida. 83% of Americans want there to be negotiations over prescription drug prices to bring those costs down. And 6 out of 10 Americans want there to be less Pentagon spending, and on down the line. So there's obviously a path you can chart based on policy and meeting the needs of the American people for anybody who wanted to win. And I think that Donald Trump gave a lot of lip service to those
I like
needs.
that he's given a voice even to the left
bring
here, though.
those to fruition, and instead focused on a tax break, 83% of which, the benefit of which went to the top 1%, and other kinds of the same kind of crony capitalism that we're used to.
Miscategorization. I got a tax
but
break.
it is a lane that is very popular. I think that's what happened with Bernie in 2016. He simply ran in good faith on those policies as someone who could run in good faith on those policies, because again, he was the only one not taking corporate cash, and I think that's so central to this. Being free from that corporate influence allows you not to just run on these issues, but to stick the landing. He was incredibly popular. So when we hear so much about how divided the country is, and I think your Chomsky example was so important in the earlier segment. When we're asked to focus, when so much of the news cycle is on how people feel about something like a drag show, or whether or not a certain book can be banned.
There's shit
People
about
can have
drag
their
shows. Just don't
different
bring
feelings
kids to
about
them.
those kinds of things and choose to raise their families and move through the world the way that they want to. But why is it that when asked what your political priorities are, none of that comes anywhere near the top? Economic issues, as they always have been, are near the top. And yet we get so little attention paid to those issues. Well, it's because both corporate parties aren't willing to do anything about those issues if they will negatively impact their corporate donors.
I think you're absolutely right, Brianna, and I feel sometimes that we are continually agitated into a kind of primal state where we're not able to correctly assess reality. I was recently publicly called far right because I had conversations with people that operate in what you might call, once would have called, the conservative media space. Explicitly, what I was talking about in some of those conversations was this. I asked this question to sort of a very conservative online broadcaster, namely Ben Shapiro, to not be opaque. And I said, like, you are very traditional, Orthodox Jewish guy. It's pretty clear what your views are on abortion and stuff like that. Would you be willing to stand on a platform based around decentralization and maximization of local democracy alongside people that were passionately pro-trans, passionately pro, for example, the BLM movement? He said, yes, he would. That he would be willing to form alliances of that nature. Now, we can query whether or not that, I tend to try to have good faith conversations with people, not out of my credulity, although I'm sure that is a component, but out of my hope that it is possible to change the world. That it's going to require, as you said in your example, where there are pockets of blue in red and vice versa, it's going to require new alliances. Otherwise, we're going to continue to occupy this jammed channel of cultural conflict when new alliances are possible. So I think that your contribution to the conversation in your last and do you think it's possible for a new independent movement to be created, or do you, like I know a lot of people do, think that you can change the Democrat Party from within or the Republican Party from within, depending on your biases and alliances, or do you think you have to do all of those things simultaneously?
Well, to take the last part first, I am at this point quite skeptical of efforts to change either party from within. My focus is more on this idea, as someone who worked for Bernie Sanders, obviously running as a Democrat, despite identifying as an independent. I think in many ways he was the best possible candidate, the best possible moment to test whether or not you really could change things from within the Democratic Party, whether you could really infiltrate. And what you saw, not just in 2016, when Democratic Party insiders admitted to the primary being rigged, people like Donna Brazile and even Elizabeth Warren coming out and admitting that the DNC, in its own legal briefing, admitted that it did not feel like it needed to be impartial in its own primary process, right? And then in 2020, to have that confirmed when you saw a different strategy employed, wherein
leave your
all of the other
Bowie
centrist
knife in
candidates
the
were
car
not able to singularly beat
and your
Bernie
lighter.
in terms of voter share, dropped out in tandem so that there could be a centrist coalescing against him
I
after
have
he'd proven
Yanni
to be quite successful in the first
Yanni Park
3 or 4 primary
queued up
states.
as well.
So yes, I am very skeptical about that, and that is why I am really supportive of third-party efforts. And the reason is this. People focus in politics too much on whether someone is a good person or a bad person, a nice guy or a bad guy. My critique of Trump, liberals will encourage you to critique Trump on the basis that he is crude or uncouth or, mean and throwing toilet paper or paper towels at hurricane victims and, those kinds of vibe-based characteristics, interpersonal characteristics. And I'm supposed to like Joe Biden because you're right. And Joe Biden is supposed to be a nice guy who likes ice cream and loves his family and the Pope, and that's supposed to mean something to me. None of it means anything at all to me. What I look at when I am looking to support a candidate, to the extent that I'm still invested in electoral politics, is whether they take money from corporate interest. It is not an accident that Joe Biden won when he took more money from the pharmaceutical companies than anybody else in the Democratic primary. It's not an accident that Joe Biden won and then immediately appointed as a senior advisor, Steve Ricchetti, a former pharmaceutical lobbyist, and appointed as a Secretary of Defense, former head of Raytheon. Like, these are not accidents. This is pay for play. And Joe Biden, in a weirdly candid moment, potentially a senior moment, admitted as much at some point on the campaign trail that, when you pay, you go to the front of the line. He said, it doesn't mean that I'm going to do whatever you want me to do, but of course you get access to the front of the line. And that's what politics is. And if we want to have any hope of getting all of the things addressed that Americans prioritize, whether it's healthcare or a living wage, or stronger labor protections, or just shrinking military budgets and less military interventionism, you have to have candidates that aren't taking money from those interest groups, point blank, period.
All right, let's pull it up. We're not watching anything Pokemon here.
Every night Kim drinks heavily and cries in tears from the loneliness that he's facing. And he's always questioning, how long can I last using this policy? Hi everyone, welcome to my channel. My name is Amy Park. I'm a law school declaration rights activist.
Damn, she got some
I
nice
have
boobs.
fantastic news to share with you today about Kim Jong-un's midlife crisis. So recently, a lot of newspapers have been reporting about Kim Jong-un's health and how he's actually emotionally having the difficulty facing his 40s new decade for him. So Kim Jong-un was born on January 8, 1984. Technically, he's 39 years old, but in Korean age counting, he turned 40. And even though in our standard, 40 is kind of very young age, not in most
So you're one when
most
you're
people
born
have a very short
in
life
Korea.
expectancy, and despite the Kim dictators have everything they have going, they have even flying French doctors nurse ready to cure their disease. They go to Switzerland to see doctors. Despite all the luxury they enjoy, they are known to not living that long time. And that is a basic example of Kim Jong-un's father, Kim Jong-il. He died just after passing 60 years old. And therefore, Kim Jong-un knows himself that he does not have that many years left in his life. And also, on top of this anxiety about his health, he's been struggling his health lately many times. And you all have been heard about, is Kim Jong-un in coma? Why is it, not walking? Did he have his heart surgery? Kim Jong did have his knee problems, he had knee surgery, he had his heart issues. And according to a lot of people who served Kim Jong-un and escaped, one of the Japanese sushi chef who escaped to Japan later said that one day just Kim Jong-un casually drinks 13 bottles of French wine. That's how in his own greed that is demising his own health. And therefore, Kim Jong-un has many issues that he needs to think about. He's just in 40 years old. His reign has been 10 years in North Korea, even though initially he promised paradise to North Korean people. 2012, North Korean regime promised to North Korean people that utopia, the socialist paradise, wasn't arrive. That's the year that Kim Jong-un took the power from his father. But what happened to nursing people, as we all know, their situation got so dire.
It does. The mic
They were
cord.
so impoverished. The man-made famine caused the people to even the cannibalism in the recent years. The situation got even worse and worse under Kim Jong-un's watch. And he knows that. He knows that after almost 80 years of lying to nursing people, he cannot just come up with new lies anymore. And only thing that he could do is using fear to control Northern population. And therefore, when Kim Jong-un came to the power, the first year he purged more than 400 top North Korean elites. He killed his half-brother, he even killed his own uncle, who made him the heir and put him on that throne. That's the thing. Like for Kim Jong Un, the only thing he has left going on for him is using a gun, using a missile to threaten other countries and threaten his own people. And he's always questioning, how long can I last using this policy? It's a first human experiment, how long a regime can last like this. But I think Kim Jong Un also knows himself about that. Now he's in the middle age at 40 years old. North Korean standard, I know guys, like a lot of people here, 40 is very young. And he has only young children. Recently he revealed his daughter, but she's like 9 years old. She's very young. And his son's also maximum 11 or 12 years old. He is known to have only 3 children. You did research too. So his children are not nowhere close to take it over if something happens to Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un still deals with the obesity and a heart problem. Therefore, there is really no clear path for him to lead the country and lead his regime to the next phase. And I think this keeps him awake right now. He's saying every night Kim Jong-un drinks heavily and cries in tears from the loneliness that he's facing. If there's a saying always, it's lonely on the top, that in North Korea, he's a god. He can never truly have a friend. He can never truly even trust his own children or his own wife. Because Kim Jong-il, his father, actually almost killed his own father to take the throne from him. And therefore, everybody is a threat to Kim Jong-un. The rest of the world is not happy with North Korea. Even China, they are reluctantly helping North Korean regime, but they are not happy with Kim Jong-un. Nobody is happy with Kim Jong-un right now in the world. And he knows that clearly. Where is he gonna find that fellowship or the comradeship that he's looking for? He cannot find that. And this is why I think sometimes karma is the real thing, that I am grateful that Kim Jong-un is unhappy, torturing that many people, starving that many children and elderly, and taking everything from the nursing people. And using that, he's still not happy. And this is a great lesson to all of us to learn that there is no happiness at the end when you take advantage of other people. And I really hope that Kim Jong-un continue to suffer from all the problems that he's dealing with, and it comes to the end of the regime. So finally, the Northern people can become free like us and fulfill their own destiny. Thank you guys for watching today's video, and I look forward to seeing you in the next videos. Thank you.
A little diversity. Yeah, we've seen this, but I don't see the
Howard
take on
Stern,
it.
friends.
Salty
How the mighty
cracker.
have fallen. This dude spent decades attacking Don Imus only to become a more feeble version of Don Imus. Now he's upset at Kid Rock. Oh, he's doing Kid Rock. Can't believe that you'd be so upset and triggered. You're so triggered. by a trans goofball selling Bud Light. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Of course you understand it, you dipshit. You're just not allowed to admit that you understand it because you're Hamptons Howie at this point. I saw that on Patriots.one. Yeah, I'll steal from you guys. I'll steal from you. And you have to continue leaning into wokeism. That's what we're upset about. We don't give a fuck about this goofball pretending to be a chick. Nobody cares about him. This isn't happening in a vacuum. You're not allowed to criticize these goofballs. They are taking women's scholarships. They're taking women's gold medals, women's titles. They're taking all of these things from women, and you're not allowed to criticize these idiots. You're not allowed to question them. You're not allowed to say anything remotely negative, and if you don't shower them with positivity, then you'll still be attacked, right? That's the problem, you dumb fucker. Fox News' asshole. Howard Stern dumbfounded over Kid Rock's Bud Light protest. Like, oh, why are you so upset about this? Huh? Huh? I don't care about trans people or gay people. I don't care about any of that. What impact does this have on your life? Howard, you're 80 years old, and all of your kids are in their 60s. So it doesn't impact you because this group of degenerates is not targeting 60-year-olds. They're certainly not targeting 80-year-olds. They're targeting kids. They constantly want to be around tiny kids. They want to talk to small children about sex behind parents' backs in secret. And it is moving forward with the vanguard push of the Dylan Mulvaney's and the drag weirdos and all this other stupid fucking nonsense. These people are showing their filthy, rotten fucking testicles to small children in public libraries under the guise of a rainbow flag, and no one's getting in trouble for this. They're sexual predators. Not all of them, but boy, if you could show your small balls to children like Joe Biden or the Dalai Lama and use the protection of a rainbow fucking flag, that is going to attract monstrous individuals.
This is salty cracker.
This is fucking stupid. That this needs to
Banned
be
on most
explained
platforms.
to anybody is ridiculous. Nobody who drinks Bud Light, nobody who drinks Anheuser-Busch, nobody who drinks any of this shit is going along with this. It's not for them, yet these things are being co-opted. None of this is happening organically. None of this is happening legitimately. They're forcing left-wing ideological rhetoric into all of the things where it doesn't fucking belong, and they're losing a lot of money while they do this. That's a fucking attack, you pelican-looking dipshit. Now, if you're a rich fucker, I mean, if you are Howard Stern rich, yeah, you don't care about any of this.
Because of words.
But the rest of us at ground level care about this because we're going to pay the price of this attack. This attack is happening to overturn our
Proton
society
Mail, I thought you
and
sent
our
me
country.
something, but
I don't give a fuck if you're gay. I actually don't even give a fuck
my
if you're
bills
some
were
sort
paid.
of weird goofball and you want to cut your dick off and
That
pay a woman.
bill's paid.
I don't care if you're doing any of that stupid shit. But now they're saying that they're going to move that into kids' realms, and if you've got a problem with it, then they're going to try to cancel you. That's how you know this isn't it.
Whatever happened to Hyro, you guys? You ever see Hyro in anybody else's chat? The Hyro venue?
Attack, idiot. And our society doesn't have an outcome if we don't stand up to this. None of where this is happening, none of the outcomes for anybody following any of this left-wing rhetoric, none of this is good. The outcomes are all bad. Whoa, what is he doing this? I don't understand why he would do this. Stern was flabbergasted by the reaction, saying he wasn't bothered by companies that want to promote a transgender spokesperson. They don't want to promote a transgender spokesperson, you dumb fucker. That's why they don't put
I don't believe Mulvaney is transgender. I believe Mulvaney is just a straight up grifter.
Anheuser-Busch's Twitter
troll.
page or their Facebook page or their Instagram page. It's not on Bud Light's social media platforms. They're only doing it because Anheuser-Busch gets a bailout. They get a diversity and equity and inclusion grant from the government every time they do something fucking stupid like this that they know that the consumer base isn't going to want to do. So now, on top of all this dumb shit, I'm paying for this through my taxes. There's no way anybody, any corporation is interested in losing $4 billion fucking dollars in a week over a trash ad like this that they won't put on their social media platforms. The only reason why you would do that is because Anheuser-Busch knows that they're going to get $5 billion in federal grants, some sort of they're going to get a loan, they'll get a Fed-backed loan, they're going to make money off of this, so they don't care that they're losing money right now. It's a gambit that they've initiated, and I say bleed them dry financially and keep the fucking backlash going, keep the boycotting going, and break these fucking people down. Going to be lectured to by Howard fucking Stern, some decrepit old batshit crazy goofball who won't leave his fucking Manhattan apartment because he's still afraid of COVID after 18 fucking shots and sticking 15 masks up his butthole. I got a weird feeling that's not the only thing he's sticking up his butthole, lads. I don't understand. I don't. There must be something. Quote: I thought there must be a piece of the story missing. Stern said on his show. I'm not bothered by gay people or transsexual people. They don't impact my life. They don't hurt my life. I love when people love. You want to be a woman? Be a woman. You want to be a dude? Be a dude. Be whatever the fuck you want. As long as you ain't hurting nobody, I'm on your team. That's the point. They are hurting people. You can't criticize these people. They've moved into the spheres of children, and they're promoting this degeneracy to children. There's no way a fucking stripper or a dude dressed like a stripper should be around kids. I would imagine you would know this. This motherfucker want to lecture me on gay people or trans people when he spent 40 years shitting on gay people and trans people. Go fuck yourself, you dipshit, but there you have it. Howard Stern all upset because Kid Rock blasting a case of Bud Light got way more views this week than Howard Stern has gotten on satellite radio in 20 years. We keep making them relevant by talking about them. I can't help myself, right? Listen to this man for like 20-something years until he turned into a flaming fucking pussy. God bless Jackie Martling and Artie Lang. All right, guys, thanks so much for watching the video, supporting the channel. If you want to be kept up to date with Howie breaking down Crying Like a Bitch, hit that subscribe button and make way. The salt must flow.
Check it out.
You all right? What's wrong? You okay, man? Huh?
Well, at least, you know, he's not going to be shoplifting, and walks to the grocery store definitely aren't the same anymore. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name is inDOCtriNATION here. We are Change.org, and we have a huge plethora of wild and crazy news to get into today, especially with the bewildering domestic news happening in the United States. It's almost as if there's a fifth generational warfare out there, as of course the situation keeps getting stranger and stranger domestically, as the actual warfare is heating up and getting very serious all over the world. And we're going to be doing also another deep dive into geopolitics at the end of this video, plus a lot more, all here on this independent media broadcast. If you like the shirt that I'm wearing, you could get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And the clip that we played in the beginning of this broadcast was originally shared by the extremely talented, amazing curator at Clown World on Twitter. And if you're not following them, what are you doing? Over 1.4 million people following them. I believe they deserve more followers. And truly, I just want to shout them out because they do really highlight some of the more crazier scenes in our society that definitely deserve to be criticized and have more conversations around them. Here's another clip of theirs that deserves more attention.
Teacher, what do you see? I see children looking at me.
Oh, yay, children. Oh,
Yay, children.
yay, children.
It's kind of creepy.
And it's not kind of creepy, it's absolutely creepy, just like the feeling you get when you get infiltrated and spied on by the Federal Bureau of Investigations that just announced that they're going after people that say words like red pill, incel, and LARPer on the internet, as well as individuals who go to church. Yes, according to U.S. Representative Jim Jordan, who subpoenaed the FBI for documents related to their domestic violence extremism investigation, found out that FBI agents were sent as undercover agents, which sometimes they act like agent provocateurs, and infiltrated houses of worship, specifically going after an outreach program for Catholic parishes. As just a couple weeks ago, we found out that the FBI was classifying Catholic Americans and attempting to label them some kind of domestic extremists and terrorists. Now, the documents that Jim Jordan received were also heavily redacted, as I think it's fair to say the FBI has a very shocking history of their infiltration, provocation, and set up sting operations. All of this as we're finding out from the latest legal proceedings in Washington, D.C., that the FBI had at least 40 undercover agents infiltrated in the crowd on January 6th, with many people labeling this news article with the hashtag, quote, Fedsurrection. And as some Republicans are trying to figure out what's really going on here, other Republicans are fighting the beer wars, which are expanding right now, specifically with the latest controversy with Bud Light, as of course the beer brand has not sent out a message since the Dylan Mulvaney endorsement, as they are facing a backlash and a boycott, which even Republican Dan Crenshaw has called for, who on Instagram called for the boycott of Anheuser-Busch beer products and then opened his fridge showing a bunch of Anheuser-Busch products. But in the video saying he was happy that he didn't have any Bud Light there. So yeah, that happened. All, of course, as just yesterday, there was also another shooting that has been memory hold and no one is talking about, as of course Glenn Greenwald points out that the narrative behind the event in Nashville yesterday is, quote, inconvenient to the official narrative by the establishment. As even pointed out by Brian Krasenstein, there have been many very violent, horrible events recently that have surrounded particularly individuals that represent the woke ideology that's being cheered on by the establishment, specifically mentioning the events in Louisville and Nashville, announcing that, of course, he didn't care about the people using violence and their political ideology. He cared more about disarming people and making them defenseless and future victims. That last part I just kind of extrapolated on my own, to be completely honest here. But let's be honest with ourselves, the FBI does care about ideology, and there has been a lot of recent news and a lot of violent events surrounding a political ideology that, of course, the FBI is fully behind. And that specifically many law enforcement and district attorneys all around the country, essentially in many instances, give a free pass to or favorable treatment, as even in Portland, Oregon, police officers there are hiding details about a very violent event in order to, quote, protect the general public from finding out what actually was going on here. Now, typically, the police usually don't hold back details because of a special person and their privilege, but they did it because this person was trans. All of this, as for many years now, there has been a lot of calls for violence that have been going unpunished, unchecked, not censored, particularly coming from the left. The latest of one coming from Stevie Van Zandt, one of the actors in The Sopranos, who described white Republicans as cockroaches that he will, quote, unite to exterminate. Yes, this is the language of Stevie Van Zandt, clearly a very radicalized individual that social media, the FBI, and the federal authorities will look the other way to, as of course, if you say the word based, you're in trouble with the FBI. You talk about exterminating a whole group of people because of their political ideology, yeah, that's okay to the Federal Bureau of Investigations. And it's not like there's an overwhelming amount of crime sprees happening that they're not stopping. Oh, wait, yes, there is. This says Whole Foods has announced that it's closing their location in San Francisco because of the, quote, terrible street conditions outside of it. So yeah, as all of that is happening, if you're a member of LukeUnfiltered.com, you will remember many years ago me saying, hey, don't live in these crap holes, move out immediately. The situation will get worse, and it's only going to get a lot worse from here. And that's why we like to give a lot of tips, a lot of different advice, a lot of different personal commentary, personal stories of what works for me, especially trying to be the best, healthiest, most strongest, most
Actually,
amazing
this may be
version of
something
myself
here.
all all through personalized
But Correct News
videos that
Network
I do
just
for
went
members
live.
of LukeUnfiltered.com.
Val called them
And if
today
you
and said
haven't
something
signed
about
up yet,
plastering
what are
their
you waiting for?
faces,
It's
and
quick,
you
it's
could tell
easy,
it
it's
upset
simple.
them
You just
big
go down
time.
here, you
Lynn
click
County.
join, you put in your email, you put in your details, and automatically you get access to a huge amount of value offers, as well as an in real life meetup that's going to be happening this Thursday here in Austin, Texas, from I believe 3:30 to 4:30. I will send out the location of that meetup on the day, just to make sure that there's no security issues or whatever that might be. But I think it would be awesome to meet all of you, to talk to a lot of you guys, share stories, talk in a more private, off the record fashion, share some good food with each other, and try to have some kind of semblance of a community, which I think is more important than ever. All of that plus a lot more. You want to find out the details, they will come Thursday, only for members of LukeUnfiltered.com. And I look very much forward towards meeting all of you amazing human beings. And it's definitely going to be a really fun event. And there might be some really cool people stopping in as well. Also, there's going to be another video for members later on today, right after this video. Don't forget to check out the members area. And we will be talking about some more serious issues there. All of this is I wanted to jump to the main topic of discussion, and that is the insane geopolitical situation happening right now all over the world, especially with the de-dollarization that's happening predominantly because of the insidious trap unfolding between China and the United States. All of this is happening as, of course, tensions are flaring over Taiwan, as Taiwan has just a couple hours ago announced that they have detected 9 Chinese warships and 26 aircraft around their island. This as China is conducting a military drill in response to the Speaker of the House making a visit to that country very soon, as China is going as far as to even release videos showing them bombing Taiwan and how a complete invasion of that country would look like. As the Chinese military has declared itself ready to fight, as we might have another proxy war unfolding in the region, as of course these military exercises serve as both intimidation and practice. The United States does very similar military exercises to North Korea, and I think it's fair to say maybe we could use a lot less saber rattling in the region. All of this is, of course, it's not just modern weapons that, of course, we should be thinking about here, but of course, even the more advanced technological weapons that do have greater implications. The biggest of one being, of course, artificial intelligence, which in many instances, if not already has been highly weaponized and could be used as a way to, of course, launch a form of kinetic warfare against particular countries, individuals, groups, and organizations. This as the Chinese government just passed the new law that will require, quote, security assessments of all artificial intelligence products before
Thanks for helping those potatoes out. Yeah, no problem. I'm not talking to you guys because of the case, you know what I'm saying? It's all right. Coworkers. Nope, I'm just having something.
Let me see if I can find anything like that. I actually think I saw him on Timcast when I was watching that.
Oh, engineer, that's funny. That's funny, engineer. You see, if you talk like that, they will literally charge you with crimes. But I want to, engineer. I really do. So can you guys hear me? Can you put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me? Yep. Okay, cool. I'm going to catch up on the chat later, guys, because we're running out of time.
Oh, Afro, you're in here? Tell Bonnie he said hi. I will. And that's another reason, guys, why. So yeah, note it's 4:16, guys. 4:16. They're open for
Yeah, I've
14
seen these
more
guys.
minutes. And remember, Bonnie went home at 4:25 yesterday. That shows how busy she is. She's definitely not busy. And keep in mind, they're open until 4:30. Hey, can I talk to you for a minute? In regards to the Marion case, you probably know what case number I'm talking about. Casey requested the body cam opposed to the lobby with an L cam.
Body cam at Marion or the jail?
So there's a Cedar Rapids police officer that reads him.
Right.
He wants that body cam opposed to the lobby cam that's up. And if you're wondering the audio, I mean, we tried to listen, and like there's a significant difference in like the record and who said what from, you know, the lobby cam compared to the body cam where the mic is close. You know what I'm saying? And you pick up.
Yeah. Is Officer, I believe, Melinda Beaver?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, she was the one who read his warrant. She did not have her body camera on. And I talked
Why?
to her earlier this week about that. She confirmed
It was, but she had it on her person, right? But it wasn't on.
Right.
Yeah. Do you mind if Casey gets that and something else in writing?
Sure. From me or her?
I mean, the what? Oh, so I'd have to go to her to get that in writing.
I could ask if she wants to write a letter about it.
Okay. Because that's a policy violation for sure, you know, when you're interacting. Anyways, Casey didn't know who signed that warrant. Like the signature is very generic, and he was wanting a written name of like what judge signed the warrant, like Casey Jones or Heidi something.
I think if memory serves me,
Yeah, Afro's actually on here right now. He's asking in the chat who's the judge, and he can see.
okay, I believe it was Heidi.
Yep. And part of the reason why I bring this up here is because Afro's in the chat. So when you say something, he's seeing it and he can put in the chat, you know, like to try to facilitate that in a respectful manner from the no contact order, you know. So he's here virtually, you know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Either filing the case like he has been, or bring it Thursday when we have a hearing at 1:30. Talk about that even on the record.
Yeah. Because this is like this, you agree this applies to the case.
I mean, there's certain things I disagree with, but
Okay. Yeah, and I respect your point of view. Okay, yep, and that's on Thursday. So yeah, could you get that judge in writing then on forum on that day? Would that be okay? He just wants it in writing. That's just what he.
I mean, you could ask him
Okay. We can't read it at all. It's so like you can't even make out a letter, you know. That's why he wants it in writing. He says just need to know the judge to make sure it's their true signature.
I don't keep that. I don't list the judge's signatures.
Okay, well, you know, the fact that you said that her body cam wasn't on, that's part of the reason why I filmed so hard, because I've heard that
Yeah,
before.
I seen him
I know
on
it's not you
Timcast one
personally,
time.
but it's
He
a
didn't
little
quite
more
agree
common
with
than
Tim on a lot of
people
things. But
expect, you know, so that's why I like to have
I
it
can
on
respect
record,
that.
you know. Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm already.
Okay, well, I know you guys close at 4:30.
Yeah, I'm already subscribed
so I'm
to
gonna
Liberty
get out of here
Lockdown
before
anyway.
4:30.
Take care. Good seeing you again.
All right,
They
appreciate
don't
it,
put
man.
out a
Have
lot
good one.
though. Yesterday they put something out about with Julian Assange.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Afro.
Last
It's
thing was
supposed
2
to be
months
printed
ago.
on the warrant, but you know that. I mean, that's a good question to bring up to the judge, and that's why they didn't want to give up the warrant. Yep, due diligence. That's exactly what it is. Yep. I could tell that was the subject he did not want to talk about in court. I mean, free press, it's a conversation to be had, definitely. There's a lot of cases dismissed over an improperly written warrant. It affects a lot more cases than you guys may realize. Yep. Yeah. Oh, and he said that the body cam wasn't on, which is just like, oh my God, I've heard it so many times, guys. The body cam is not on. Like it's, it's a type of thing that makes you're forced to film, It makes me want to go down to the Cedar Rapids Police Department and have a conversation with them. So we got 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you should ask for the logs.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say that, but what you said in the chat. You said he really means she deleted the record. Yup, that's the truth, dude. I mean, straight up. That's the truth here in Linn County. I was just waiting for one of you to say it. Yep. So you guys wanted to do an investigation at the Cedar Rapids Pig Department? So I'm thinking about doing a BCNN investigation at the pig department about them not wearing their body cams. Because I haven't read their policy word for word. I don't know if one of you guys wanted to pull that up. They said their body cam policy is online, but I'm basically assuming, and I'd love it if someone corrected me if I'm wrong, that they should have the body cam on when they're acting, even inside a jail. And that, yeah, it's pretty vague from the ones I've read. Any interaction with a member of the public needs to be on.
Hey, Derek. Oh, Clint was on Timcast a long time ago. Yeah, I got a Discord. I just got in Far Lapse. Got a nice welcome from a ton of people there. But I'll drop the link to it. Hang on. It's definitely not as active as Far Lapse. But I was just basically using it for gaming. I wasn't using it much for. Yeah. You don't mind. Right here. It's unexpirable. It's in my link tree too.
Free press, you got that on there?
Yeah, I could post it on there. Actually, I'll put it on there.
I saw it. Let me see. You see, body cameras inoperable with in-car camera system. The policy requires officer to activate body.
Let me post it.
To record all contacts with all citizens, and that is official performance of duty. So you looked that up, Free Press? What's up, MX Chick? So I think I trust Free Press. Everything he's throwing in here, guys, I've never seen a problem with. His information is usually pretty good. So I'm going to go in there with it, guys. because I've never read one where you cannot use them. You know, it's pretty general, like what Free Press said. All interactions in official duties. And reading a warrant's pretty official. And guys, for you guys that don't know, this is a sign that they're trying to rig the system. Like, it's all these little things that seem suspicious, and then you find 12 of them, and then you realize the rigging is real. So I got to change out the SD card real quick, guys. I filled up the fucking SD card and forgot to empty it out. It gets full like every day. I'm gonna have to delete this and real quick. Be right back,
32
guys.
gigs? Man, put a better one in. I'm not sure what that means. Impact deployment. Hello?
What's up, everybody? Got this all cleared off. Gonna pop it into camera real quick. Sorry about that, guys. The SD card went inside of this. Had to take it all off and whatnot. So we are going to the Cedar Rapids Pig Department. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going. Rig system is not an adjective for this anymore. Orchestrated my favorite collaboration be considered. Yeah, I'm behind on the chat, guys. Fuck. I'm just running out of time to get to the courthouse or to get to the police department. Because nobody stays to 5 o'clock anymore, guys. So for you guys just tuning in, we were at the Linn County Attorney's Office, and so we were at the Linn County Attorney's Office, guys, and we were told that Cedar Rapids cop, her name is Lindy Biber, or Lindy Biber, or something like that. She actually was not wearing her body cam when reading Afro Man the warrant. So we're going to get some answers about why that body camera was not on and if she's going to be reprimanded for not wearing it during her official job, you know, her official capabilities or whatever, or capacities, whatever you want to call it. Get the badge numbers, make sure it all matches the warrant. Yeah. And guys, when you look into that stuff here and you try to like connect the dots, they don't usually add up. That's a sign that they're not going after a criminal. They're going after to enforce a feelings violation.
Thank you. So what do you interest limit? And cap sign.
This is about as close as I could figure out how to get. Anna, how you doing? I'm not exactly sure what the situation is, but they just called out the crisis negotiation team. I saw that vehicle pass by about 10 minutes ago. I'm like a good quarter mile away from the scene, so this is about as close as I can get. Not a chase, no. Hey, Warlord, this is Albuquerque. It's Albuquerque City Police. I don't know if it's sheriff as well, but I know for sure City Police, the Albuquerque City Police. Hey, Rudy, how you doing? Rudy, long time no see. How you been?
But Derek, it's in. I just dropped that picture in the
Welcome
general channel. If you want me to send it through a message, I will.
Hey, Buzz, how you doing? Good to see you.
Hang on. I'm trying to read all this, but it keeps popping. Oh yeah, yeah. I'll do that tonight.
Mouse, great to see you. There's a perfect little brush bench to the right. Nah, I'm like a good quarter mile away. Sandwich, how you doing? Welcome in. Investigator State. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Awesome, Morlo. Awesome. How you doing? Yeah. Oh, Sandwich. I'm using my tripod, by the way. I'm using the same tripod that Sandwich suggested for me to get. So the jitteriness of the image is because there's a breeze. Blue Unicorn, welcome in. I'm surprised Nick, look how far away I am. This is how far away I am. I'm like a good quarter mile away. I'm just super zoomed in. I had my tracker on. Nice. Oh, gotcha, Nick. Gotcha. They already brought it. I need to hang away from the hook. Oh. Are you asking me? Are you asking me if I need to wait? Not my. I could hang my backpack from it. My backpack it's not insanely heavy, but I could hang my backpack off of it. There we go. There we go. I just put my backpack on the hook there to try to levy, to try to make it a little bit more sturdy ish. And yes, I am wearing sunscreen today. I learned my lesson. Yeah, I'm using a third-party app. I'm using Prism and Prism doesn't use the whole camera array, so I can't get a clear picture, unfortunately. I hoped it would stabilize, maybe not. It's fine considering the zoom. Yeah, sandwich. I'm also using the camera holder that you. I'm also using the phone holder
Why is he
that you
ignoring me?
suggested for me as well. I'm not using my gimbal for this.
Yeah, I'll take another picture
Jared
tonight.
Leto, yeah.
Steve Leto.
The phone holder that you suggested for me to get is actually pretty good. Oh, Steve Leto. Oh, okay. Oh, Steve Leto. Thanks, Noel. Thanks. Yeah, 'cause I dropped because it's warm outside today. I dropped the really. Device is too hot. Really, I dropped the resolution down from 1080 down to 720, so it wouldn't heat it. So it would not heat up as fast. What the hell? Damn it! There's a breeze. There's a breeze too, so it should not be heating up as quickly. What the hell? I like the phone holder better than the one that.
Yeah, he's completely not seeing my text, or he's ignoring me.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll try to keep the stream going for as long as I can, y'all. But like I said, it is warm outside today.
Okay, yeah, I get it. Just fill the frame with it. Why is he ignoring me, man? I'm kind of butthurt about this.
Joker. He was the Joker in the he was the brand new Joker, not the one with Joaquin Phoenix, the one just before Joaquin Phoenix. Awesome, Blue.
I'm a little butthurt.
Bullheads. Well, I'm in Albuquerque, New Mexico, so I don't know what direction Bullhead City is, or much less what state that's in. I'm in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I don't know what I would have done to hurt his feelings. I pop into his stuff all the time. I'm a freaking member of his channel. I know. I get it. No, I understand.
That's what I can.
Oh no, I do too. I don't care if he.
Yeah, we got the like the rescue units and stuff over here to my left. Oh, Arizona. Okay.
I mean, I think he misunderstands things pretty easily too. His trust has been hurt by people like.
Sorry, everything's so blurry, y'all.
I mean, I even told him when what's his name was doxing him.
The Zoom is really terrible on this app. Oh, on the western side of the state. Gotcha.
Just to help support them.
I'm in Albuquerque, New Mexico, which is like in the middle, pretty much in the middle, like pretty much almost right smack dab in the middle of New Mexico. Oh, gotcha, Nick. Let's see, for Arizona.
Somebody probably said I said something. That
there's a lot of them in it. There's
said
a lot
jokingly
of
or something like that.
You've got Direct D. You've got Tuck Police Suck. You've got Girl with a Camera. There's a handful of others that I'm drawing a blank on at the moment. No, Anna, why? Not at all. Not at all. I have no reason to block them. Indoctrination's pretty cool. I have no reason to. I'll check my Anna. I'll check my I'll check my YouTube studio when I get home, because if he is, he should not be. Crofty, great to see you, man. Great to see you.
He probably fat thumbed it then. No big deal. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate that.
Possibly, Heather. Possibly. Like I said, I'll check my YouTube studio. I'll check my YouTube. Oh, you can see him sandwich? Okay. Like, for whatever reason, I didn't see him. I can't see him for some reason. So if you can see him, that's cool. Okay. So he is in chat. Good. Awesome. Good. Yeah, because like, indoctrination's pretty cool. So is unindoctrinated. Both of them are super cool people. Lenny, welcome in. Yeah, indoctrination is a really awesome dude. Unindoctrinated is a really awesome lady. There you are, Doc. I see you, Doc. There you are. Okay, cool. I see you, Doc. Yeah, check out how far away I am. I'm like a good quarter mile away from the scene.
No.
I'm literally not in their way in any way, shape, or form.
No worries.
Oh, Doc, you are awesome, Doc. You are awesome.
No worries.
Yeah, Nick. Yeah, right. Exactly. Hey, Pirate, how you doing? This situation, I believe, is a suspect that was. I don't know if he's a suspect, but what I heard was that this individual was pouring gas on himself and threatening to light himself on fire. So if you start seeing flames, then you'll know why.
No, I don't mind you doing that at all.
And I lowered the stream resolution
because
down
I
to
honestly, I
720.
don't know. I think you could see it, but
so that my phone won't get stupid hot, stupid
But
fast.
if Prism is giving him shit,
got to get you a camcorder.
it may not just be coming up. I hate Prism
exactly,
on
JK,
mobile.
yeah, for sure.
I love
I need
the
to find,
function
I need
of
to find me a
Prism.
camcorder that can broadcast.
I love the function of Prism, but every device I've used it on overheats.
Hey, JK, was this the one who was dousing himself in gas? ECC, welcome in. Good to see you, sir.
All right, let me turn that back up. Sorry.
I heard you got thrown in a cage. Every camera. Welcome back. Welcome back. Also, every camera. I sent you a friend request over on Facebook, by the way. Okay, thank you, JK. Thank you.
Facebook's only for family for me. I don't use it for anything else. In work,
Yeah,
I advertise jobs on it.
if this guy does end up setting himself on fire, I'm glad it's way out in the mesa and not affecting any homes. So at least this person was smart enough to do that. Four Corner Report, welcome in. Welcome in. Pretty much, Panzer, pretty much, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the guy did. I don't know if he's just having mental issues and I don't know. I truly don't know. Yeah, good. Hopefully the stream will stay good. I dropped the resolution down to 720, so the phone won't overheat as fast. Because I know at 1080 the phone heats up really quick. Let's see, you can connect a camcorder with HDMI to a stream box. Yeah, James Freeman does that sometimes, but the problem he has is that his stream box heats up, like it overheats really quickly. Hey, Steve. Hey, Steve, I'm on the far west side, dude. I watched a guy burn alive on a motor vehicle crash. Oh, that's tragic. When you're a firefighter, oh, that's really tragic. Sorry to hear. As well, Valeria. Huh. Last responder, welcome in. Great to see you, sir. Great to see you. Put in a 12.
Yeah, bow down subject.
I've been.
It sounds like a monarchy, doesn't
He's
it?
been talking about something called like a cell phone
Yeah,
cooler.
sit in the curb now.
So I
Not
need
a dog.
to look into those.
You'll have to tackle me for me to end up on my butt.
Yes, everyone in my chat, if you are not subbed to Last Responder, please do. He is an amazing creator. He does mostly live drives when he's transporting a body to and from Albuquerque. So please sub to Last Responder.
It's like calling me a creator. National self-defense, yeah. Let's see what the wife is talking about. I'm sure that's who this is.
Let's see, where's my brightness at? I need to lower that. Because I know the brightness contribute, like the brightness contributes to overheating as well. So I need to figure out how to lower the brightness as well. Yeah, Joko, welcome in. Great to see you, Joko. Great to see you. Wait, Four Corner team in. Tammy, welcome in. Okay, I'm scrolling up.
Picking up the puppy.
Four Corner, if I missed you, welcome
at 1
in.
p.m.
Always a pleasure to
Saturday.
see you. Yeah, because I said this is the far west side, out past 98th Street. Yeah, okay. Four Corner Fish in the Air is not Four Corners Report. Two different people. Pink Taco, welcome in. Princess, welcome in. The situation itself is happening right there, center screen.
I hope y'all have a beautiful day.
Fish Miller. Yes, we pick up the puppy Saturday. Let's see the picture again. Actually, let me bring it up on here.
And then off to my left, we got the various
Facebook.
standby units over here off to my
Wife
left.
messages me, so we talk more
here
through
we got
Facebook Messenger and shit than anything.
We got apparently one of the medics just left. We got a handful of PD here.
Here we go. We get this little guy on Saturday, Ivar.
Yeah.
It's a pug. We lost our toggle, so
Hey, Lenny's like, give me my miles, damn it. Freaking Lenny. Steve ABQ, always a pleasure to see you, sir. Yeah, good. Check out how far away I am. This situation is going on up on the hill on the mesa. I'm just zoomed in. I'm like a quarter mile away. Oops.
it actually looks quite a bit better.
What is this called? What did the suspect do? Hey, Blue Unicorn. All I know is that this person was dumping fire. He was dumping gasoline on himself and threatening to set himself on fire. As for what, I wish Prism. Oh, exactly, Doc. Exactly. Same here. I sent an email, Doc. I sent an email to the developers of Prism, and their response they sent to me was, yeah, we'll add that if we get I sent an email to the developers of Prism, and they replied with, yes, we will add that if we get enough replies for it. If we get enough requests for it. So I'd say everybody who uses Prism out there, everybody who uses Prism, send an email to the Prism developers and ask them to use the whole camera array on the phones versus just a primary one. Shadow, welcome in. So if we can get the Prism developers to use the whole camera array versus only the primary one, it would make the app so much better.
Yeah. Plus, it overheats your phone, so that's why I haven't been using it.
So, like I said, everyone who uses Prism, please send an email to the Prism developers. Go on the website prism.com, or is it prismapp.com, something like that, and go to their contact us and send them an email. Shadow, I don't know that the Prism app just uses the main lens, not the whole camera array. Your 8 zoom blurs it into blobs. Oh, that's terrible, Steve. That's terrible.
Really?
Cops are, oh my God, that's horrible, Nick. Liberty Blair, welcome in. Great to see you, ma'am. Hey, Dollar Cost, welcome in. All I know is that the suspect was dumped. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's a suspect. So all I know is the person was
The
dumping
subject.
gasoline on himself, threatening to set himself on fire. That's all I know. Oh, the camera zooms into noise, blurry pixels. Oh, that's awful, Blue. That's awful. I said, I don't know if he's a suspect. I don't know what he did.
I
I
haven't
just
tried
know
it.
that this person was dumping gasoline on himself. I don't know if he did a crime. I don't know.
Did a crime.
And yes, I am wearing sunscreen. I learned my lesson. Horrible doesn't make me wrong. They've done it before. Well, true. Agreed. I'm not saying you were wrong. I just simply saying everything I know.
I'm gonna give it a try. It looks like it's. I haven't tried it on my new phone. I haven't even really streamed on my new phone yet. Should I set one up?
Oh God, Floyd, what the hell?
Fentanyl Floyd. He's hilarious.
Also good to see you, Floyd. Long time no see. How you been?
Camera
Oh, God,
Pro.
Dollar
It says it's got Camera Pro. Create vibrant video, manual focus, manual exposure, and other professional camera options. Let's see.
Oh, he's barricaded in a vehicle. Because I just heard the officer say. I just heard the officer say on her loudspeaker. She's all, yeah. I want to hear your side, but you need to come out of that vehicle. So apparently the suspect's barricaded in his vehicle. So maybe he did do something, because she said I want to hear your side. So maybe he did do something.
Maybe he did.
Said I watched the video where they Mason tape. Oh, that's awful, Nick. That's really awful. Immolation's supposed to be public. What is this guy thinking? Right, Mouse? Right. Self-immolation comes from lack of being heard. Ah, gotcha. Barricaded in a vehicle. The cops can't get in, of course, like a door that's not locked. Right, Liberty. Saul, welcome in. Who was the first guy they shot on? Oh, are you talking about Floyd? No, not Floyd. That was up in the Heights on the east side of town. That wasn't George Floyd, was it?
No.
Like way up in the foothills on the east side of town.
So I'm going. Oh shit! I'm looking at his chat. It does. What is that Ricada does? Ricada Law, he does breading or something like that.
I didn't want to hike
it's called
the
breading,
quarter mile to
where he
get,
puts the Pope hat
try
on
to get closer.
and pontificates.
So I figured this is a safe spot, so I'm literally not in anybody's way. Mesa is Spanish.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try. I'm just gonna do a drive stream. And I'm gonna try
Dreamy, welcome in. Welcome in,
see
Dreamy.
if it overheats.
Nothing
I'm gonna
to
try
see
and
here.
add everything
We're just
though.
filming the reboot of Breaking Bad. Oh God, Shadow.
So I'm gonna kill this. You guys, this is NCAP. Tell them I sent you guys. Hop in there real quick and just tell them I sent you. Please, 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 please.
Anna, I can't hear shit from because this is Albuquerque police, and Albuquerque police went encrypted, so I can't hear shit from them.
I am going to be live again though. I will go.
That's a
I'm
good
gonna do a
question,
live
Liberty
drive. I'm gonna do it
Blair.
from my
That's a
good
good
phone.
question,
I'm gonna
Liberty Blair.
fuck that
I don't
iPhone.
know.
Let's see if I can get it to work with this. So
Golden State, welcome in.
my third notification will be coming out soon. Yeah, hit me up later on Discord. Yeah, I'll send. I'll get a better picture too if I can, but I won't be home until
Mesa Spanish
almost
for no
midnight
more
tonight.
Miles.
But I'll get it and post it up there. I'll send it through Messenger though.
Not here, they don't. Nick, not here. New Mexico banned qualified immunity as of 2021.
So
So
everybody
New Mexico
hop in there,
is one of the handful
please.
of states that,
Give them
that
a hey.
doesn't have it.
Hey, howdy ho. Oh shit. Thank you, Derek.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
Coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future. We all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer.
What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks